Hey everyone, what is up? Welcome back for episode 70 of Higurashi When They Cry. This is going to be the fourth episode of Chapter 8. So last episode was another very big one. Last episode we did the connecting fragments and all the way through to completion. And a lot went on in these. I'm going to try to keep the summary short of what went down. So the big thing that really went down is it's important to know that after the death of Koizumi, right? After the death of Koizumi, things went really bad for the Irie Institute because Koizumi was one of the main things holding them up, and it's looking like the project isn't going to get that funding that Takano desired, and just for it to keep going, right? And so that's how they got to the point where the budget is being reduced, and they're just looking for the cure, which Takano's not content with. This really depresses Takano, and that's really this combined with meeting someone who tells her, hey, we're going to give you an opportunity to get your revenge, which we know that's what you really want, is revenge, right? People to be reading your grandfather's papers. That's the revenge you can get, right? And that's what really sends Takano into what we see in chapter 7. And I think that was the biggest thing to cover. But also, we finally put together all of the fragments. And there's just one missing piece, according to the narrator. Who I'm actually curious who the hell the narrator is, because I don't think it's Rika explicitly. Given that, like, multiple times they talk about Rika, like, third person. I don't know. Not something I've put too much thought into. I don't know. It could be Frederica Berncastel. That's my best guess. I think I at some point mentioned the idea that it was kind of like some of the Rikas or the Hanyus that we see are like parts of this entity. Sorry, this is so off topic. Anyways, this entity that talks here kind of talks about how there's like one missing fragment. And that we need the help of Akasaka, and that's what we need. But we need Akasaka to reach out and ask for that miracle so that we can grant that miracle. And that finally happens. We see a scene of Akasaka 2 years in the future, like, please give me a chance to redo all this. And that gives us the last piece we need on the board. It's going to be Akasaka's help, hopefully. And so now we're heading into 1983 with Hanyu a more active player, Akasaka potentially relevant. We have every piece of information we could possibly ask for at this point. And that's the point that we're at. So I'm really looking forward to see how this chapter actually starts to play out. Now we're getting into, I don't want to say new content, because we've gotten plenty of new information and content, right? But now that we're back in 1983 is probably the best way to put it, right? Now that we're back into the how can we fix this? Rather than what's all the information we need to know, what's some of the backstory that we've been getting. So, I will say, unfortunately, it's looking like we're not going to finish this by the end of the year. I tried. I went snowboarding yesterday, which was fun. It was fun. I don't regret that I did that over recording Higurashi, but I couldn't record a Higurashi when I got home. So, that goal is definitely not going to happen, unfortunately. But we're going to try to get as close to the start of this new year as we possibly can. I'm definitely planning on finishing this game very soon. So, to do that, let's just go ahead and pick it right back up. Alright, let's just get into it.
はい、皆さん。朝のホームルームを始めますよ。おしゃべりはおしまいです。委員長、号令、起立、礼、おはようございます。着席。
Rattle, rattle, rattle. It's an ordinary morning. The only difference is that it started a little later than usual. Chie-sensei normally arrives in the classroom right away, but she's a little late today. Why was she late for homeroom? The rumors were already stirring about the classroom before she arrived. Chie-sensei gave a cue, and a girl peeked in the room timidly. This is Hanyu. What the fuck? What? Okay, so she's like solidly materialized now. I think that's safe to say.
新しい転校生の古出羽生さんです。今日から皆さんと一緒にお勉強することになりました。
The voices of welcome, delight, and surprise all mixed together and filled the classroom.
古出？あれ？リカちゃんの親戚なの？そうなのですよ。僕の登園の親戚なのです。もう私もびっくりでございますのよ。
Yeah?
リカに親戚がいたなんて知りませんでしたわ。
Because it's a lie.
いやいや、おじさんも知らなかったよ。まあ御三家筋は結構ややこしいからね。私の知らない縁戚がいたとしてもありえないことじゃないよ。
Yeah, probably.
でもやっぱりリカちゃんの親戚だよね。
There's no denying that.
かわいいよ。
It hasn't even been a minute. While my classmates had gotten excited, the new girl looked rather intimidated by it all. Rika-chan is rather carefree, but this Hanyu seems like the complete opposite. She's more like a shy woodland animal. The exact type that Rena loves. Look, see? Rena's ready to swallow her whole.
では羽生さん、自己紹介をしてください。皆さんは静かに聞くように。はい、それでは羽生さん、どうぞ。
Ch.8 had left the podium and encouraged Hanyu to take over. The even greater pressure of the silence left her standing there timidly for a little bit. Well, that's understandable. It's very nerve-wracking to watch, though.
フルで羽生と言いますのです。その、リカの親戚なのです。
Bro, she's, not very socially adept, huh?
Me.
All that time only talking to Rika did not help her case. It's kind of wild how much they changed her pose so much in literally every single variation of this.
僕の親戚なのですよ。みんな仲良くしてあげてほしいです。
Rika-chan could tell that she's too nervous to introduce herself. She's right to break the silence. Pressuring her like that isn't fair, which is why I decided to make it more lively.
リカちゃんと同じフルデさんなんだね。はあ、フルデさんが2人になっちゃった。なら、羽生さんでいいじゃありませんの。フルデさんって呼んだら、リカも振り返ってしまいましたよ。
We generally call each other by our first names here. She's one of us starting today, so we should call her by her first name too.
なら決まりだね。今日からあんたのことは羽生って呼ぶよ。私はクラス委員長の園崎ミオン。ミオンでいいからね。
You guys don't need introduced to her, but yeah.
北条聡子でございますわよ。よろしくですわよ、羽生さん。
I'm Daiki Tomita. My parents run a tofu shop. Please come by anytime. I'm Suguru Okamura. Dude, I always have to lock in for that one before I say Okumura. Please ask me if you don't know anything.
こんにちは。仲良くしようね。何年生？
Our classmates fell over each other to introduce themselves. Everyone tried to get her to remember their names so they could be friends. A friendly atmosphere swelled in the room. I've only just transferred recently myself, but this is exactly how it was on my first day too. I remember how nervous I was, and how much I appreciated this as a result. I know more than anyone how nerve-wracking it is to be a new student. I should look after her.
そうだね。
Ironically, who's the main character of this chapter? I mean... like, you would assume it can't be someone who's already talked, right? Because normally it wouldn't show their sprites while they were talking. And then this little bit right here makes me assume it's not Rena, but then at the same time, we have this little bit right here where it's like... where was it? Which is why I decided to make it more lively, and then Rena talks. so you like it seems like it'd be Rena, but it's a new transfer, which technically means it could be Rena in 1982, but I kind of doubt that. Like, I feel like, I mean, it's probably just Shion or Keiichi. I mean, I'm gonna assume it's Keiichi, but I wouldn't be shocked if they're like, shh, surprise, it's not. I think realistically it's Keiichi though.
早くクラスに馴染めるようにしてあげないとね。
そっか。レナも去年は転校生だったんだよな、確か。
Yeah, it's only just Keiichi.
レナも転校してきた時は緊張したか？
No sprites, so.
うん。でもみーちゃんたちがすごく親切にしてくれたからすぐに馴染めたんだよ。
まあね、ニューカマーを迎えるのも御三家の大切な仕事だからね。
都合のいい時だけ御三家になるな、お前は。でもミオンなんかに世話になって馴染めたってのは確かにそうだ。
なら今度はケイちゃんがお世話をする番ってことになるんじゃないかな。
I suppose it is.
そうだな。
Time for Keiichi to lock in.
レナだって転校生だったのに、その次に来た俺に世話をしてくれたもんな。なら今度は俺が新しい転校生に親切にする番ってことだな。
A new student always dramatically changes the atmosphere of a class. Even my attitude has changed. We decided to gather around Hanyu during lunch break. I was kind of hoping for the, I mean, I guess we could still get it.
はーい。
Now, is that it?
それでは羽生への質問は一人一個ずつだからね。
No, we're on lunch. I kind of want to get a variation of the CG of all the friends like eating around the table, but then add in like Shion and Hanyu. That is...
彼女の本質に迫るディープな質問をズバリ言ってみよう。
Is Shion even in the class this time? She hasn't said anything. I feel like for the perfect fragment, right? We would need Shion. So I would assume she is, but
さあさあ、一番は誰？
好きな食べ物は何ですか？
boy's nervous. Some kind of sweet.
甘いお菓子はみんな大好きなのです。一番好きなのはシュークリームなのですよ。あら、それは素敵ですわね。私も大好物でしたよ。沖宮に美味しい洋菓子のお店がありますの。今度案内して差し上げましたよ。
はいはい、男ども聞こえたね。羽生の好感度を稼ぐにはシュークリームだよ。
Bro, chill out, Mion.
安いやつより高級店の高くて美味しいやつが効果的。さあ次の質問は誰かな。ないならおじさんが今日の下着の色とか聞いちゃうよ。
Mion, come on. Do not answer that. Everyone kept asking Hanyu questions and she looked all panicky again. I guess this is like a traditional ceremony for a new student. I remember this is exactly how my first day went. Mion and Satoko seem amused, so it must be the same for them too. I noticed Rena watching the scene before her with a distant look in her eyes. She's probably remembering her first day too.
レナも転校してきた時を思い出してるのか？他のことを考えてたな。羽生をお持ち帰りする算段でもしてるんだろう。
Definitely what's happening.
そんなこと考えてないよ。羽生ちゃんがシュークリームが大好きなこととか、レナのうちに美味しいシュークリームがあるんだよ、食べにおいでとか全然考えてないんだよ。
Someone save her soul, bro.
お持ち帰り。
You know, we had to hear that at least once in Chapter 8, right?
明日からいきなり不登校になったら、こりゃレナのせいに違いないな。
そんなのひどいよ。
As we watched Hanyu and our classmates have fun, Ren and I laughed together.
ねえケイチくん、
Oh, we're getting serious now.
なん
Huh?
だか嬉しいね。
嬉しいよな。新しいクラスメートを迎えるのは。
そうじゃなくて、この子、たまに見かけてた気がするの。
羽生か？引っ越し前の下見とかで来た時とかかな。レナって記憶力いいな。
そういうのじゃなくて、羽生ちゃんはもっと前からいて、レナたちのすぐ近くでみんなで遊んでるのをずっと見てた気がするの。
I mean, this is literally correct. I'm curious what the explanation for this is gonna be. Like,
ずーっと。あれ、レナだけ？ケイチ君も気づいてたよね。
いや、俺は全然見たことはないんだが、レナは面識があるってことなのか？
from what I can see, this is the first time Mion and Satoko have met Hanyu. If she's been that close to us, like Rena said, it's impossible and none of us would remember her.
気のせいじゃねえのか？第一、羽生は転校生なんだぜ。村にそんなにしょっちゅういたはずないじゃないか。
I will say, Rena of all people noticing something like that checks out.
そうかな。たまに見かけたような気がするんだけどな。
気のせい気のせい。羽生だってついさっき、転校前は遠くに住んでたって言ってたじゃないか。
でもレナは見たんだけどな。
She's so sure. And she's not really wrong. She just has, she's got that different type of perception. Rena looked like she was trying to remember more. It's probably one of those deja vu experiences. Yeah, definitely is. Although it's the first time you see something, it feels like you've seen it before.
別にどうでもいいだろう。今はここにいるんだからさ。
そうなんだよね。あんなにもレナたちの輪の中に入りたそうにしていたから、仲間に加われてよかったねって。
Rena smiled with tears in her eyes. When I looked over at her, Rika-chan was wearing the same expression. It made no sense to me why those two looked that way. But as soon as Satoko came over and pulled a prank on me, I forgot all about it. It would be Rena that noticed her. It, remembered her somehow. That's actually so crazy. I guess Rika is just happy that Hanyu finally got to join everyone. Oh, these are beyond pranks. These are the words that signal the best time of the school day. As soon as the last period ended, my classmates ran out of the room. Hanyu was popular all day today. She's Rika-chan's age, so all the lower grade students gathered around her. Older students like me and Mion didn't have a chance to get close to her.
まあクラスとしてはさ、こわもての上級生が転校してくるよりは、自分たちと同い年くらいの可愛い転校生の方が嬉しいだろうしね。
Let's not disrespect Keiichi now.
ケイチ君、最初の頃は緊張してたのか、なんだか怖そうな顔をしてたもんね。
おいおい、そりゃひどいぜ。俺だってクラスに早く馴染もうとフレンドリーに接してたってのによ。
どこがフレンドリーでございましたの？私、転校してきて早々にいきなりケイチさんにデコピンを食らってますのよ。
Let's not act like that wasn't justified.
それは転校初日の教室デビューの出花をトラップでくじかれたからだろうが。しかも椅子の背には画鋲で、机の中にはカエルまで入ってたぞ。
転校生が職員室にいると聞いて様子を見に行った時、ケイチがとても緊張してるように見えたのです。だからサトコが緊張をほぐしてやろうと思ったに違いないのです。
Relax.
ひなみ沢の先輩として気を利かせて差し上げたんでしたよ。
絶対それだけはありえねえな。
Although that blackboard eraser trap sure did help to ease my tension, but Satoko will be so pleased with herself if I tell her that, so I'll never admit it. I could see the blackboard eraser trap doing it, but
羽生ちゃんは
thumbtack,
みんなと帰ったね。
that's crossing the line.
放課後は誰と遊ぶか今頃引っ張りだこなんじゃないかな。
でもやっぱり初日は疲れるもんだよな。きっと帰ったらバタンキューだぜ。
違いありませんわね。
さてさて皆の衆、このところ私のバイトのせいでだいぶ長いことご無沙汰だったね。
Tell me we're getting a club meeting.
部活メンバーの招集だ。
Club meeting in Chapter 8. Dude, I'm not even mad. It's just so funny. I expected, like, I don't know. I thought we'd be kind of getting into it pretty quick, but I should have known. Higu never does that.
待ちかねてましてよ。ご無沙汰が過ぎると鈍ってしまいましてよ。ねえ、誰かの罰ゲームをかわいそしないと僕も退屈してしまいますです。
You telling me Hanyu's not going to participate in this? No way.
はうー、レナは負けないんだよ。久しぶりだから手加減なんかしないんだよ。
どうやらみんな欲求不満でだいぶエネルギーを持て余してたようだね。そうでなくちゃおじさんも叩き潰す甲斐がないってもんだよ。
へへ、やる気満々みたいじゃねえか。だがな、あいにく俺の今日の調子は絶好調だ。しくじったな、ミオン。今日もバイトに行ってた方が良かったと後悔することになるぜ。
Let's have Keiichi's complete victory for once. Because even the one time he did smoke everyone, he still lost in the end. Mion's had to work quite a bit lately because her uncle's shop is short on staff. So we haven't done any club activities for a long while. For us, club activities are the main reason we come to school. In a way, we live for these few hours after school. If there are no club activities, there's no point in coming here at all. So it only makes sense for us to be excited about getting to have a meeting again.
こりゃ生半可なゲームじゃみんなの渇きを癒せそうにないね。
Oh lord, what are we cooking?
何のゲームで料理してやろうかね。
Mion looked into the club locker. I'm always curious about what's in that locker and how much of it there is. I swear there's more in there than it can realistically hold. Like a bag of holding from Harry Potter. Just then we heard the door open. Gotta be Hanyu. Yep,
Are?
okay.
羽生ちゃん？はう、こんにちはなのです。あら、どうなさいましたの？忘れ物でございますの？
I thought she'd already gone home. Nah, she's joining a club. Did she forget her lunchbox or something? It's not that big of a deal to forget a textbook, but you can't forget a lunchbox. She doesn't know how to ask to participate. Surely Rika clutches up, right?
羽生、どうしたの？なんか探し物？
Honey looked at us apologetically. What is it? Are we in the way? She kept staring at us timidly. Are we sitting in Hanyu's seat? No, that's not it.
どうしたの、羽生ちゃん？何か困りごとかな？
Rena talked to her, but there's no communication to be had. Almost like trying to have a conversation with a stray cat. What is this? Hanyu's fixated on something. I followed her gaze and found Rika-chan. Hanyu's apologetic gaze was directed at Rika-chan. She needs Rika to say something, bro.
みー。僕は何も言いませんです。
She said, you gotta say it yourself.
羽生がそうしたいなら自分のお口で言うと良いのです。
Bro, all of her lines have been that. Oh my goodness. With that, I finally figured it out. Hani wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to say it, so she wanted Rika-chan to say it for her. But Rika-chan told her to say it herself. In other words, we need to listen to what Hanyu has to say. We patiently waited for Hanyu to speak up. But when I think about what happened this morning, I realize this kind of silence makes her even more nervous. Rena, noticing that, talked to her in a sweet tone of voice.
どうしたの、羽生ちゃん？レナにこっそり話して。相談に乗ってあげるよ。はうはう。お、何？もう一回言って。はうはうはう。
She's just like whispering in her ear, or is Rena translating that?
ほうほう。で、
Rena raised her voice.
何よ、おじさんにも教えてよ。何なのよ一体。
本当にいいの？どうしたんでございますの？もごもご言われては気持ちよくありませんでしたよ。ね、僕も部活に混ぜてもらいたいのです。
Finally. Hani said it loudly, as if to shake off her embarrassment. There we go.
こりゃまだ驚いた。どこで誰におじさんたちのことを聞いたのやら。
From Rika, obviously.
僕も入れてほしいのです。僕も部活に混ぜてほしいなのです。
She's probably been waiting on this for God knows how long.
よく自分で言えましたです。
Rika's giving her some praise for speaking her mind to everyone. I mean, someone's got to teach her to do it, right?
パチパチパチ。
Rika-chan must have known that Hani wanted to join the club all along. Mian folded her arms with a smile and stared at Hanyu as if appraising her. Needless to say, Hanyu was intimidated.
自分から好んで七に飛び込みたがるとは。こりゃとんでもない命知らずがいたもんだよ。
True.
でもね、うちの部活はそんじょそこらのおままごととは違うんだ。選ばれた者が試練をくぐり抜けた末にようやく入部を許される栄光の部活なんだよ。
We doing the card game they made Keiichi do?
入れてください。はいそうですかってわけにゃいかないね。
羽生ちゃん、みーちゃんの部活は見てる分にはとっても楽しいかもしれないけど、大変なんだよ。
I love this using how as like a comma, like
覚悟の上なのです。勝って当然。負けたらとんでもないことになってしまいますのよ。
believe me, she knows what's gonna happen more than you guys do.
その覚悟は終わりですこと？僕も負けないのですよ。
That's big words.
それに
Hani swallowed once and said what was on her mind. It sounded like a big thing to say for her, as though it had a much deeper meaning.
かつての僕は負けるのが嫌で全ての勝負から逃げていましたのです。
Much deeper meaning than you realize. Much deeper meaning than you realize.
でも逃げることは負けることにすら劣ること。負ける痛みにくじけず戦い続けて初めて勝ちを得られるのだと
That's
教
the
えてもらいましたのですから。
that's the new Hanyu.
羽生
When Mian realized that, although she looks timid, Hanyu's actually very courageous. She grinned. Looks like she's grown fond of her.
へえ、なかなかどうして。どうだよミオン、せっかくだから試してやったらいいじゃねえかよ、入部試験。
我が部にふさわしいかどうか、最低数週間の観察を経てようやく受けられる入部試験を転校初日からとはね。
No doubting her boldness.
さてどうしたものか。
Mian pretended to be stubborn, but in reality she's simply playing with her. If she actually didn't want her to join, she would have refused her right away. Of course, if Hanyu was bothered by this kind of intimidation, she wouldn't be able to survive in this club.
レナとサトコが今話したと思うけど、うちの部は厳しいよ。勝って当然。狙うは1位のみ。間違って最下位になった日にゃ、生まれてきたことを後悔するような大変な目に遭わされるんだよ。
でも僕も頑張るのです。でも罰ゲームだってとっても楽しいんだよ。
Sometimes. You know, honestly, when you think about it this way, the club is low-key, like, really fitting thematically for what this game tries to be as a whole. I feel like that's one of the main themes of the game, is essentially that exact summary of the club, right? Like, or like, at least of Rika and Hanyu's arcs, right? This exact statement of winning should be your utmost goal, always aim for first place, and if you come in last, you'll wish you're never born, right? Like, almost perfectly summarizes their arcs, to be honest. Hanyu-chan, you've been watching the whole time, huh? You've been wanting to join for the longest time, huh? Yeah, we shifted to Rika. I got the feeling that Rena had just mumbled something like that.
ミオン、
I had to guess
も
at
ったい
least.
ぶらないで試してやればいいじゃねえかよ。
Because if we weren't shifted to Rika or something like that, I don't know why we'd be saying Keiichi, because we don't normally do that. Like, we don't normally see whoever the protagonist is.
俺だってそいつをくぐって入部を許可されたはずだぜ。
そうですわよ。一つ羽生さんの腕っぷしを見てやろうじゃありませんの。羽生ちゃん頑張ろう。レナは手加減しないからね。
Have some mercy.
僕だって手加減しないのです。僕は羽生にだけ手加減しないのです。
Rika scares
よ
you though.
ーし気に入った。フルで羽生、あんたに我が部の入部試験を許可するとなりゃ話、羽生にも分かるゲームにしてあげないとね。
Are there literally any?
どれがいいかな。おこいつがいいかな。
We went through a deck of cards onto the desk. Does this mean?
誰でも分かるゲームでいこう。トランプのジジ抜きはどうかな。
That's a classic.
望むところなのです。
I guess she's watched it enough times that she probably knows more games than any of them do. Here she goes. This is exactly what I had to endure when I went through this entrance exam. This is the marked tile deck. Okay, maybe this is just Keiichi and they were showing us sprites.
なかなか威勢のいい返事でございますわね。でも我が部のジジ抜きは一味違いましてよ。
Most of the cards have scratches in the back, so by memorizing the scratches, you can tell what card it is. In other words, the more you've played this game, the better you are at it. This is simply our way of being mean to newcomers.
羽生ちゃん頑張ってね。これは試練なんだよ。
I feel like she's gonna cook them all. That would be awesome.
なのです。
If given how many times she's seen this exact deck, she just actually fries everyone. This sure brings back memories. I had to go through this too. It just happened recently, but I still feel so nostalgic.
だがそれと手加減は別の事件だぜ。あの時みんなが手加減なしで俺も全力で叩き潰してやるからな。なあみんな。
お覚悟なさいませですわよ、羽生さん。
さあさあ、部活メンバーの末席を望むならそれにふさわしい顔を自ら示してみな。
はいなのです。
その手札を右から言うよ。エース3、4、7、ジャック、クイーン。
今さら手で隠したって見え見えですわよ。ごめんね羽生ちゃん、これがスペードのエースだよね。あったり。
Oh man, okay.
思い知ったか羽生。
So maybe Hanu's not gonna cook them.
入部試験の洗礼を思い知れ。
How you respond to blatant cheating.
ケイチは自分の入部試験の恨みが混じりまくりなのです。
ほらほらケイちゃん、そんなこと言ってていいの。
Generational trauma, by the way.
羽生、ケイちゃんの右のカードで上がれるよ。
上がりましたのです。
とわーきったね。
Yeah, that's crazy.
こうなりゃ本気モードでいくぜ。よくもこの俺を怒らせたな。羽生、お前初日の下校からいきなり尻尾付きブルマの首輪付き四つん這いで帰宅したいのか。
あらあら、それはむしろケイチさんにこそ似合いましたよ。
Girl's gonna get last.
いいねいいね。それをレナがお持ち帰り。
Yeah, you're cooked, brother.
僕もケイチに恥ずかしい罰ゲームをしてやりますのです。
Bro, it's you against the world.
いい提案だね。おじさんはそいつになるよ。
Bro, it's literally Keiichi against the world, man.
なんでいつの間にか俺包囲網が完成してるんだよ。上等だ。てめえら全員四つん這いで下校させてやるぜ。
What are these sound effects? Why did if they play the one that only pops up during, like, horrifying revelations. Like the little screech sound, bro. And... Okay, never mind. I was about to say, now we're gonna see Keiichi, like, going home with a tail. But no, we're at the hotel.
スピーチあと一人で乾杯に入ります。
広報 OK です。内部全然聞こえないんで、スピーチが終わるタイミングでコールをお願いします。
いいかい。各宅にビールは10本ずつだよ。ちゃんと自分の縄張りにスムーズに運んでね。
So what's the spin on it gonna be compared to last time when we saw this exact same scene? Young waiters with bow ties got bottles of beer ready for a toast. There's several dozen tables with white tablecloths on them in the banquet room. Approximately 8 people are sitting at each table, so there are at least a few hundred people there. The banquet room is teeming with excitement. Is Takano going to be making a speech, maybe? There are many plates with different kinds of food on each table. A sushi platter, a sashimi platter, a fruit platter. Also, along the wall, there are cooks ready to serve fresh sashimi. All the guests appear to be well-mannered gentlemen, and obviously they're notable people from different fields. The huge and beautiful chandelier above them clearly tells that this hotel holds a status good enough for those famous people. An elderly gentleman is giving a long speech on the stage before making a toast. Usually people don't like such long speeches, especially if it's before a toast. But the guests are actually excited with his speech. Well, maybe fervor was a pleasant way to put it. Okay, so maybe this is more just, we're gonna see like more of Takano's mindset during this speech, because we didn't really get to see that much of that, right? It was probably more accurate to say their excitement was bizarre. Anyway, Japan accepted the demand for unconditional surrender, and the day they did, the Pacific War ended. In other words, even if they had to take care of further business, the war ended that day according to international law, and from that day on there was peace. Therefore, if any troops invaded Japanese land during that peace, that would be an encroachment against Japan. No matter what the Soviet Union says, the northern territories are Japanese land, and it should be clear to everyone that they invaded illegally. Here, here. And now they want to settle by returning a mere 2 islands to us? Who do they think they're kidding? Listen, Habamai, Shikotan, Kunashir, and Itarup are Japanese territory. Their total area is equal to an entire prefecture. What would you think if the Soviets invaded and occupied one of our prefectures? Would you settle for just getting half of the prefecture back? No, you wouldn't. You'd have the entirety returned to you. Yet the Soviets are brazenly sitting there claiming vested rights to the land. This is no joke. We must strongly oppose this to the bitter end. Return all the northern islands. Our nation must demonstrate unwavering resolve on that point. Thunderous applause filled the banquet room, so different set of speeches. All the gentlemen agreed and expressed that they felt the same way by cheering him on. In all that hubbub, there were 2 people standing by the wall who didn't seem to fit in with the rest. They were wearing sharp-looking suits, and while a little too old to be called young men, were certainly young compared to all the elderly gentlemen in the banquet room. Is this just Akasaka's new theme? It's tough. It's tough as a hell, bro. It's called Door. Like, I guess maybe to represent the door he was like, he had to hold that one time. This song goes hard.
どうして政治家ってこう説教臭いというか若者軽視というかこう偏るんでしょうね。
簡単なことさ。政治家が一番欲しいのは票だ。票は有権者が投じる。だが20歳以上が全員投票するわけじゃない。投票率のほとんどは退職して時間にゆとりがあり、その分政治に関心の高い高齢者が占めている。
となれば高齢者層をいかに取り込むかというのが選挙のポイントになるわけですね。
The war only happened 40 years ago. In other words, the generation that's interested in voting is the generation from before the war.
うちのおふくろよく空襲の話をします。昔は水道橋のあたりに住んでて空襲で家族を全員失って焼け野原を一人さまよったなんて話をいつも。
そうさ。
Our parents went through the war. They shed their blood, sweat, and tears, believing it was for the good of the nation. We lost the war, but they believe the war still brought about change that serves as a foundation for the peace we have today. I hear that a lot. That if Japan hadn't fought in the war, the Asian countries would still be Western colonies. There was no way we could have won, but we needed to fight in that war, or something like that. In that case, no matter how much they preach pacifism, politicians can't ignore the pre-war generation. war is bad and we should never again fight a war, but that war was necessary. Unless they say things like that, it's like they're denying the very lives that generation lived.
なるほど。政治家も票を取るのに大変なんですね。
そういう主義主張も本心でしているなら一意見の主張として立派だと思う。だが彼らの票が欲しくて表向きだけ調子を合わせてる卑劣な政治家もいる。
That's a classic.
そういう迎合的な政治家が後を絶たない限り解雇主義は永遠に終わらないのさ。
そうして若者とお年寄りの意識の格差は多分1000年経っても相変わらず。
They'll just keep repeating that the war was justified yet regrettable every time an election takes place. When will our country ever be freed from that cycle?
簡単さ。若者がちゃんと選挙に行け。
If only it were just as easy as saying they should.
そして安易な迎合にごまかされずちゃんと政策を考えてるやつに投票しろ。実現可能な政策だぞ。
ああ、いますね。明らかに実現不可能な公約を掲げてる候補者っています。あ、赤塚さん、F 択ってあれじゃないですか。
あのご婦人だな。行くぞ。
The speech had ended and the elderly gentlemen were giving the man on the stage a standing ovation. The two men walked through the crowd and approached an old lady in a kimono.
はい、私ですけれども。
昨日お電話で約束させていただきましたものです。赤坂と申します。
Is this like an informant or?
主人はね、ずっと日本のためにと。それなのに。
奥さんの胸中深くお察しします。
This wasn't really anything out of the ordinary. Nobody could remember if there had been a donation or not, so a handful of politicians were questioned. As a result, some came up with a scheme to blame a sickly, elderly man who had already retired. With only a short time to live anyway, he was the perfect fit for them. The elderly man had already been sick in bed, and the shock of his friends betraying him had taken away his will to live. The only thing his wife could do was to simply watch him suffer. She kept crying while telling the men about her husband's achievements.
ご主人の無実が間違いなければ必ずや裁判官は正義の判決を下すでしょう。大丈夫です。濡れ衣は必ず晴らせます。
そんなのは分かっています。だって無実なんですから。でもね、判決が出るまで主人は持たないんです。
I guess a posthumous innocent isn't, I don't know. Certainly not what you'd want in that situation. I mean, better than a posthumous guilty verdict, but...
お国のためにと、あれだけ働いてきて、あれじゃあ、死んでも死にきれません。
Akasaka nodded and tried to find the right words to say to her. His colleague rummaged through a pile of paperwork behind him. The papers were filled with fine print, and it would be hard for an onlooker to tell exactly what they were. However, the way he was looking at them made it very clear that they contained something important.
赤坂さん、こいつはすごい資料です。金の動きが完全に網羅されてます。
Akasaka gave him a signal to remind him that this wasn't the place to be looking through those documents.
奥さん、この他には書類束のようなものはありませんね。
They're being moved to the Alphabet Project? To the Yuria Institute?
主人の金庫に入っていた文書は、それで全てです。どうかそれで、恩知らずな連中に、一泡吹かせてやってください。あれだけ主人に世話になっておきながら。
奥さん、この文章の内容には一部ご主人にとって不利益な内容も含まれていますが。
ええ、それは分かっています。
She'd rather drag them down with him.
政治はね、綺麗事だけじゃないんです。私だって政治家の妻ですのよ。
ご協力を感謝します。この書類は必ず巨大な不正を暴くために使用します。
一つだけよろしいですか。それを公表するのは主人が亡くなるまで待ってもらえませんか。
Man, I thought he was already dead. Oh, no, I guess he's not dead. It just had taken away his will to live. Not that he actually died. The paperwork Akasaka received was something her husband intended to take to the grave with him. Something that shouldn't exist in this world. If it went public, her husband's name would be disgraced. Akasaka nodded.
わかりました。誓って、お約束します。
Vast public funds were moving from Kasumi Gaseki. The funds were issued to sub-branches to carry out national policies, but various ideas over those public funds always came together. There was never an end to those trying to poke a straw into it to suck it out like a mosquito. Excess dividends, cordial patronage, profits for organizations that benefited themselves. Many financiers approached and adhered to officials and politicians hoping to earn those gains, and the bureaucrats constantly indulged them. That's how Japanese corruption works. These illegal pipes from bypass after bypass in Kasumi Gaseki, siphoning off public funds for their profit. To find and destroy such pipes is, of course, in the national interest, but eliminating illegal expenditures isn't as simple as that. There are important people connected to those pipes, and when those people are investigated, a major political scandal takes place. The reason why the government doesn't investigate such illegal expenditures is not only to protect vested interests, but also because they're conscious of the damage these scandals can cause politically. To put it more succinctly, the government can't endure the pain of pushing pus out of a wound. The closer the exposed subject is to the top, the greater the pain faced by the government, and that affects the cabinet approval rating. The closer the subject is to the core, the more extensive the damage to the heart. The secret investigation Akasaka was leading went as close to the heart as it got, and could cause a collapse of the administration from shock. Akasaka was tipped off that a huge amount of public funding was leaking out through an alumni organization of the 7 imperial universities, so he and his colleagues had been conducting a secret investigation into the matter for a long time. Interesting. Okay, so he might have been on the trail. Damn, that makes it even worse. He was on their trail and was so close to being able to save them. So what changed? Like, the investigation just took too long, I guess? Or, like, the trail went cold, maybe, after the Hinamizawa disaster? His target was tightly knit, but he learned the wife of one of the organization's senior members bore strong resentment toward them after her husband was made their scapegoat, and he managed to contact her. And because of that, he had gotten his hands on extremely important information.
Minna ご苦労さん。だいぶ外堀が埋まってきたようだね。特に赤坂くんが入手した資料は相当ショッキングなものだよ。ずいぶん苦労したでしょう。お疲れさん。
いえ。
The small meeting room was filled with boxes that were, in turn, filled with documents. A whiteboard was filled with cramped writing, too. A few of the investigators in the meeting room, which was also filled with smoke, were reading the documents intensely. 1980s. Their intimidating manner clearly indicated that they were police officers with a great deal of experience. Akasaka was one of those men. It had been a while since Mamoru Akasaka was transferred to this department. When he worked on the case of the kidnapping of Minister Inukai's grandson, he'd been a rookie, but by now he was an experienced investigator. After a knock on the door, an elderly man entered the room. Everyone straightened up all at once.
室長、お疲れ様です。お疲れさん。立たなくていい。楽にしてくれ。諸君に今日は素晴らしいプレゼントを持ってきたぞ。カノ、お前を息子の授業参観に行かせてやる。
The meeting room was filled with sighs tinged with exasperation and resignation. It certainly was because any of them hated getting to go to Parents' Day.
やっぱりな。そろそろ頃合いだと思ってたんですよ。くそ。
Akasaka's colleague complained. They'd been so close to getting to the root of this issue. They had such strong evidence. Akasaka, on his part, wasn't too disturbed. This had happened several times in the past, and considering how hot the documents he obtained were, it was easy enough to predict. The case was suddenly transferred to another department. That meant their investigation ended here. The new department was supposed to continue the investigation to expose injustices, but that's never happened once before. It was just an excuse. The investigation had been terminated because of pressure from above.
くそったれ。俺たちが今日まで捜査してきたのは何のためだったんでしょうかね。
海を出す痛みがどの程度か測るためだろうな。その結果、痛みに耐えられない規模だということが分かり、荒領事を断念したってことだろう。
In that sense, their hard work wasn't wasted. Because of it, the investigation was terminated. Akasaka understood that, but his colleague wasn't yet mature enough to understand. Of course, Akasaka's sense of justice was displeased by this. He felt frustrated with his superiors who had hesitated to expose the truth, but he was mature enough to know not to say that out loud.
資料の整理と引き継ぎについては今後向こうと調整していく。とりあえずみんな長く休んでないだろう。5時を待たなくていいぞ。引き上げて体を休めてくれ。残務整理は明日話し合い。あと振り替え休暇の消化をしよう。ちゃんと消化して神さん孝行しろよ。
Okay, so now we're putting salt on the wound, huh?
主査は俺と来てくれ。以上だ。
Though his long, secret investigation left a bad taste in his mouth with its resolution, he managed to earn a holiday until the next incident arrived.
じゃあ、室長のお言葉に甘えますかね。みんな、今日は早く帰って休みな。
こういう時早帰りすると不倫の現場に出くわしたりしちゃうんですよね。
Oh, well, maybe he saved Yuki in this timeline.
バカだな。お前知らないだろう。
Hopefully.
赤坂さんとこは熱愛夫婦だぞ。
Okay.
毎晩別棟の公衆電話からラブコールかけてるの知らないのかよ。
赤坂んところはいいよな。うちの女房なんて。
Akasaka smiled bitterly as he gathered the documents in his hands. One of the pages fell to the floor. It was a page from a huge pile of papers documenting illegal expenditures. They exposed the illegal expenditures of the Alphabet Project, the research team for the next generation of hardware in the Defense Agency. And is he just gonna accidentally read the words Irie Clinic? And that's what sends him to Hinamizawa this time? It was entirely possible that this project was created in the first place for the purpose of funneling these illegal expenditures. When he saw the paper, one thing caught Akasaka's eye. He picked it up, looked at it, and tried to remember. It was a list of people who illegally received public funds. It was also a list of retirees who were still very much in love with money. There should have been no connection between those people and Akasaka. However, there was one thing that caught his attention.
入江診療所。
As soon as he said it, all sorts of memories resurfaced. There we go. Alright. Yes, the Irie Clinic. When he was working on the case of Minister Inukai's grandson's abduction, he got into a scuffle with the suspects and became injured. He was taken to the local clinic. As he recalled, the name of that clinic was the Irie Clinic. He started to remember one thing after another. His very first experience with wading into the muck. It was burnt into his mind like a fresh memory, and he could vividly recall everything that happened. His daughter was about to be born, and he really didn't want to go to Hinamizawa. He met Oishi, who taught him a lot of important things. He also met a girl in that village. Her name was... yes, Rika Furude. That was it. How long had it been? How old was she now? As he remembered her lovely smile, he also remembered the ominous prediction she made. Is he going to remember that, what, like, June 1983 is... I mean, it might be June 1983 when he's remembering this. She had predicted that if he didn't go back to Tokyo, something terrible would happen. At the time, he took it as nonsense, but he felt something odd about it, as if it was a divine omen. Then he remembered Yuki, who was about to give birth. He became concerned that something terrible would happen to her, but he couldn't just leave and go back to Tokyo. That's why he called her right away. He told her something would happen, and he told her to be very careful until he returned. Yuki laughed and told him he was being paranoid. But that phone call indeed saved her from a calamity. Akasaka had found out about that when he visited her after returning to Tokyo. A few days after his phone call, a janitor was seriously injured when he stepped on a loose tile on the stairs on his way to the rooftop. He also heard afterwards that Yuki had a habit of going up to the roof for a walk every day, but because of his phone call, she had stopped doing it. If he hadn't called her, she would have been the one to step on the loose tile. In other words, Rika Furude's prediction had been correct. There's no proof. Oh, but Akasaka still believed that he was able to save Yuki only because of Rika Furude's prediction. He'd intended to call and thank her for saving Yuki, but the busy days that followed put it out of his mind. Well, now's your chance. Rika-chan. He wondered if she was still doing well, if she was still smiling. The young Rika. I mean, she's still young, but the younger Rika. Akasaka remembered the sad prediction she made on that night under the moon, while still wearing that smile. That's right. She'd said something. She predicted someone would get killed on the night of the festival every year, and that on the 5th year in, she'd be the one to be killed. That's right. He thought she did say that. The 5th year. That's this year! The festival is... That's right, it's in June. If he remembered correctly, it happens on the last Sunday of the month. Akasaka looked at the calendar. It was June 1983. Although there was still some time, the death she predicted for herself was coming up. The girl who predicted Yuki's accident was also prophesied a mysterious incident would occur annually for the next 5 years. If they'd actually been happening, then it would happen again this year. Akasaka wondered if Oishi was still at the Okonomiya police department. If the annual incident she predicted actually was taking place, he would know. In other words, he could confirm if Rika Furude was going to be killed or not with a phone call to Oishi. The girl who predicted her own death had muttered that she didn't want to die. Muttered? No. It was a clear plea for help. A young girl who was trapped in the fathomless, bizarre traditions of a village she couldn't escape but sought help from him, an outsider. She paid his reward in advance, in the form of foreseeing Yuki's accident. He had to get to her. He had to go save her. A flood of emotions filled him up. He felt as though he'd finally remembered something he was never supposed to forget. That's right. He had to go to Hinamizawa. He had to save the girl who asked him for help. Here we are. Although there's no way, right? It's like not possible for Watanagashi to be on the last Sunday of the month, right? Maybe the penultimate Sunday. Because I can tell you right now, Watanagashi in June of 1983 in this game is on my birthday. It's on the 19th, right? You can always have 7 days after that, right? You can always have another Sunday. So, that's just not correct. But I don't know if that's like Akasaka misremembering or if that's just the game being wrong. Or if I'm somehow missing something. I don't know. It's probably not that important unless it's Akasaka misremembering and he misschedules his trip, right? But alright, let's move on.
すみません。そちらの刑事課に現在も大石クラウド氏は在籍されておりますでしょうか。もしもいらっしゃったならお願いしたいのですが。
失礼ですが、どちら様でしょうか。
警視庁の赤坂とお伝えください。
Oishi was a very lively person, but he had been old even back then. Maybe he had already transferred somewhere else, or maybe he'd since retired. But if he was still there, he'd be happy to hear from Akasaka. He sure had a unique laugh, and you're going to hear it here in a moment.
おいさん、外線からお電話です。東京の警視庁からですよ。
東京？
Big Bear. Have we heard this? Feels like there's been a lot of new music, like in the last 2 chapters. We have heard this one, I think. I'm pretty sure we've heard this one, actually. Am I tripping? We've maybe heard this one.
そりゃまた遠くからはるばるどちら様ですかね。はい、もしもし。こりゃ懐かしい。どうです、お元気にしてましたか。
This music is kind of loud.
な。
They're like Oishi's theme now. Nothing about new tips, right? We have not gotten a single tip this chapter. That's kind of crazy. All right. Let's just go ahead and save here. We're just gonna keep going. So some interesting stuff has happened already so far in this sub chapter. I mean, the big one is that there's 2 big things. One is the Hinamizawa side of things with Hanyu, like having a physical form that everyone can see, and she's now joining the class and she's joining the club and they're playing games, and Hanyu's finally getting that kind of life that she's wanted for a while, and she's grown, right? It's really nice to see, and I'm sure she's going to be a big player this chapter, and I'm excited to see how exactly that plays out. Not a very complicated summary. Hanyu is in the crew now, right? Like finally. On the other side of things, though, we get to see Akasaka, and we get to see him start investigating the whole, like, not just the Alphabet Project, but a lot of the misuse of funds very high in the government, from the likes of people like Koizumi, right? And he's on the trail, he's getting all this information, and normally, like, so basically the case gets shut down pretty quickly, and um on one hand that's obviously unfortunate for them, which this obviously explains why he was never able to finish the investigation and save Rika. This time that paper falls out, right? After this investigation has been wrapped up, he just picks up like some papers, and one falls out, and it wouldn't be notable, but it's specifically the one for the Alphabet Project, and it specifically says the Irie Clinic. And finally, he starts to remember things. He remembers the Irie Clinic was where he was in Hinamizawa, and he got treatment there when he was injured, right during the Inukai case, right. He starts to remember like Rika, and how Rika prophesized his wife's danger, right? That kind of came to be true, right? Like it was like found to be true, and saved his wife inadvertently. And then he remembers her prophecy, right? That she's going to die this year. And he's like, no, this is a plea for help. I have to go to Hinamizawa and help her. I have time. Right, he finally remembers this in a timely manner, and so now we're gonna get to see like Akasaka like try to come back and do things, right, and save her, right. He remembers this, right. He gets in contact with Oishi, and he might be able to finally do something, which is just super intriguing to see. So I'm excited to see exactly where that goes, the whole Akasaka subplot. But I mean, that's mostly it for this subchapter, so in just a second we'll continue on to another one. Okay. Alright. Add some notifications real quick. Let's go ahead and just pick this back up. See, I mean, I'm assuming we're going to go back to the Hinamizawa side of things rather than the Akasaka side of things. Although I'd be fine either way, truthfully. Yeah, definitely the Hinamizawa side of things. Hanyu's already grown used to being around us. Since Rika-chan and Satoko are her age, she's become especially close with them. Of course, Ren and Mion are looking after her too. Rena told me something the day Hanyu joined the class. She said that Hanyu's been close to us for a long time, and she's been watching us play. That she always wanted to join us. I still can't remember seeing her before, but somehow I can believe it. Hanyu's accepted all the things that surprised me at first, as if she knew about them all along. She knows everything about us, and it seems she's truly excited about finally being able to join in.
羽生もすっかり僕たちの仲間に溶け込みましたのです。
だな。なんだかずっと前からそうだったように感じるよ。そんなはずはないのにな。
そんなことありませんです。ずっと僕たちのそばにいましたですよ。
あれ、リカちゃんもそんなこと言うんだな。レナも言ってたよ。俺だけが気づいてなかったのかな。
圭一は鈍感だからきっと気づかなかったに違いないのです。
Okay, bro.
みー。
ち、どうせ俺は鈍感ですよだ。
はわわお。リカと圭一が座り込んでいますのです。疲れましたですか？羽生が疲れ知らずなだけなのです。僕たちは遊びすぎてヘトヘトなのですよ。
Infinite energy.
だって僕はずっとみんなと一緒に遊びたかったから、これくらいでは遊び足りないのです。
Proper ball of energy, because she's never burned any of it.
もっともっと遊びますですよ。
You know, we gotta survive the year first. The month, even.
元気だな。
Then you'll have all the time in the world to play.
ところで羽生さ、遊んでて落ちちゃわないのか？
Anya has horns on her head. I thought that it was a hair accessory of sorts, so I didn't want her to lose it while playing. I was going to offer to hold it for her while she ran around, but Anya's face clouded over, and she apologetically held onto the horns.
圭一、羽生のは取れませんのです。
え？あ、そうなのか？変なこと言ってごめん。
Yeah, no, that's just on her, bro.
やっぱり角なんかがあるとおかしいでしょうか。 おかしくなんかないよ。キュートで可愛いよ。
Get you better not say something stupid.
そうそう、ケイちゃんなんか股間に角が生えてるしね。
Mion, bro.
硬くて反り返ったのがゴン。
Justified.
股間の角ってなんだろう。相変わらずレナさんのパンチだけは見切れませんわね。
Fast as lightning.
大丈夫ですのミオンさん。顔面がへこんでますわよ。
There's a depression in your face. Got it so hard. There's just a crater now. Everyone laughed except Hanyu, who didn't seem to get it. I shouldn't have said anything. I bet she doesn't like to talk about her horns. But if I try to apologize, I think things will get even more complicated. As I thought about to say, Rena took the girls over to the shrine gate.
気にしなくていいのですよ。ケイチ、羽生も気にしないようにしているのですが、まだ修行が足りないということなのです。
やっぱ気にしてたんだな。すまん。これからは気をつけるぜ。
羽生は大昔にこのひなみ沢にやってきました。
あ、やっぱりそうだったんだ。だよな。村の中のことを転校生にしちゃ随分詳しかったしな。
Almost like she was there for everything.
羽生がひなみ沢に住む前、どこに住んでいたのかはよく知りません。
I asked her once, but all she said was it was a place I wouldn't understand. Hanyu said that or rather, Hanyu's people couldn't live there anymore. Looked for a new place to live for a long time. They traveled a very long way before arriving in Hinamizawa. There's a beautiful swamp in the area, and that was exactly what Hanyu's people were looking for. But there was a village nearby where people lived. To show respect to the original inhabitants of an area was law among wandering people like Hanyu's. Her clan decided to live peacefully and coexist with the villagers. However, their attempts to coexist didn't go so well. The villagers were too childish and immature to accept these newcomers. They strongly rejected them, caused a terrible, tragic disaster. So they're definitely the demons, right? Like Hanyu and whatever her race is. Hanyu said she took their form and descended upon this land in order to subdue the disaster. However, she just couldn't hide her horns. The forbidden ancient documents say that Hanyu descended into the Furude Shrine, appearing as she does today. It also states the following. Hanyu's people can't live anywhere other than this village. They can also only live by coexisting with the villagers. The Furude Shrine's priest once rejected them, claiming that coexistence was impossible if mixing with wandering people's blood caused the villagers to become demons. Interesting. So they're definitely the demons. But the young heir of the Furude Shrine fell in love with Hanyu, and when their child was born, the priest had to reconsider. Oh. I see. I suppose that makes sense. O wandering people who cannot hide your horns, if you wish to settle in this land, if you wish to settle with our blood, then I shall consider granting your wish. However, as the demon's blood mixed with the villagers, it became hard to tell who was human and who was demon. The villagers began to cast suspicion on one another, haunted by that paranoia. Unless all of that was resolved, coexistence would be impossible. For you and us to coexist, we must lay down several laws for us to follow. They'll be very strict. I am very, very sorry for imposing these upon you who have lived in peace until now. However, as long as those rules are followed, the village will be free from demonic disaster. Very well, the rules will be followed, but much blood has already been shed in the village. The anger, sins, and corruption people bear cannot be cleansed. The one law of the human world is that sins are atoned for with life. I see. If you say it's your way to let someone take on all responsibility and bury the sins with him, then we'll do that. However, wouldn't people end up pushing responsibility on each other because nobody wants to die? Exactly. That's the ugly demon in the world of man. No one will accept their own sins, but only foist them onto each other. Since they can only clear the balance of their lives, everyone refuses to pay, and the sins just keep adding up. Without cleansing them, they stagnate, and people cast them upon each other forever, doubting each other and passing them around. I see. If that is the unopposable law of this world, and you yourselves are troubled by this law, then in exchange for coexisting with us, I shall grant you a world where people do not blame their sins on each other. What kind of world is it? So long as mankind exists, they will commit sins and give rise to corruption. How could that all be erased without foisting it onto someone else? Let me bear all the sins and corruption born from man, and purify my soul. Let all sins rest not with man. If they are born upon myself, then man will not need to force them on each other. What are you saying? Are you really going to make yourself into a sacrifice? Someone has to take on the sins, otherwise they won't be cleansed. That's the law of your world, isn't it? A different ancient document also states the following. Of course, it's a forbidden one too. Only the head of the Furude family is allowed to read it. Nobody else. Not even the other heads of the 3 families. It tells that unrest grew in people's minds, that the villagers' evil hearts collected in the swamp and gave rise to demons. The Furude Shrine's priest explained that the root of all evil is the demon god of the swamp, and led the young villagers there. By the swamp, they found a demon mocking the unrest in people's hearts. The young villagers fought bravely, captured the demon, and dragged it to the Furude Shrine. The priest cleansed the demon god, opened her abdomen, and dragged out her organs. He chopped them up and washed them down the stream, and threw the body in the swamp. Then people regained their sanity. Those who had been suspicious of each other became friendly, and they all shared in the joy of peace again. If these forbidden ancient documents are real, and the object of the villagers' worship, Oyashiro-sama, was captured by the villagers, forced to bear all their sins, and torn to death. Poor Hanyu! Poor Hanyu! Plus, it's clearly written that the demons appeared after unrest grew in people's hearts, in Miyazawa syndrome, obviously. In other words, the demons were forced to bear the sin of discord that rested with man long before they arrived. Oyashiro-sama was a god who took on people's sins to mend conflicts between them. People eventually came to honor her, and it said that became the foundation of faith in Oyashiro-sama. How did that become Hanyu's name, though? I don't understand exactly what that means, but I know one thing. When none of us humans would draw the losing straw, she offered to draw it in our stead. To prove it, we cleanse our filth by letting cotton absorb it and drift it down the stream during the Watsunagashi festival. So Takano was pretty close to accurate on the lore, frankly. There was no shame or shifting of responsibility involved. Until that system was created, we were simply demons who pushed our filth and our responsibility on each other. We could only cleanse our own sins by blaming someone else and sacrificing him by cutting open his abdomen. And Hanyu took on that job, a purification ceremony without a human life, a system that forgives people for their sins. That is the origin of the cult of Oyashiro-sama, which blames not people for their sins, but the curse. Those documents were sealed away. If they weren't, people would find out that the object of their own faith was falsely blamed and killed by their own ancestors. Hanyu apologizes. She takes in people's sins and keeps apologizing. When people can't deal with their own sins anymore, she accepts them. When Hanyu takes over, people are cleansed, and they're allowed to keep living. Demons take on sins by becoming cotton to absorb them. They're exterminated and washed down the stream, and then the village is forgiven. They're forgiven for their sins. If that's all true, then Hanyu, or rather, Oyashiro-sama, is such a tragic existence. Yeah. No kidding. I mean, she was even doing it, like, fairly recently, like Terena, for example, still, like, taking the brunt of those sins, right? So that they can live on, right? Without being burdened by them. I've asked Hanyu about this before, and then she told me the following story. 4 people are stuck in a snowy mountain cabin. We play a game where each sit in one of the 4 corners. It's a fairly well-known story. It's in the middle of winter. They're all getting sleepy. If they fall asleep, they'll die. So one of them comes up with an idea. They're sitting in the 4 corners of the room, someone just has to walk clockwise to the next corner and wake up the person sitting in that corner. The one who just walked will sit in that corner, and the one who just woke up will get up, walk to the next corner, and wake up the person sitting there. If they keep doing that, nobody will fall asleep. People who know the story won't need an explanation, but this doesn't work with 4 people. When the first person gets up, their corner becomes empty. So after everyone takes turns, the 4th person goes to the next corner, which is an empty one. They sit down and fall asleep, so the game is over right there, and everyone freezes to death. In other words, to play this game, you need more than 4 people. You need one more person in order to be saved. People usually tell this as a ghost story. They usually say that this was actually a group of 5 people, but one was already dead, and thanks to that ghost, they're able to continue living until the next morning. Anya once told me that she's like that 5th person. If she can make everything run smoothly by joining a circle of people, then it's very similar to how the telephone game in the mountain cabin manages to function without breaking. Anya can complete a circle that can't be realized by people alone, and those people can live peacefully. She's just an existence that completes a circle. Is she bothered by her horns because it reminds her of the time when she was called a demon and punished for the sins she took in? Is her subconscious still tormenting her with thoughts that those who have horns ought to be persecuted?
あの角は生まれつきです。それを意味嫌われ、いじめられたこともありましたのです。
そうなんか?
I mean, that's a big lore dump. That's a big lore dump. I should probably take a second to look at some of this. Wow, basically perfectly fits in this text box. Or in the history. So, I mean, that's interesting. They're like a group of travelers with horns. Where the fuck did they come from? A place we wouldn't understand. Like, I definitely think that's something kind of supernatural. That's my assumption. They found Hinamizawa. They wanted to settle here. It's already settled. They decided to live peacefully and coexist with villagers. They didn't go well. Because they just weren't accepted. But I think it's notable that, like, took their form and descended upon this land. So it doesn't seem like anyone else took their form, right, of the humans, right? She just had horns, right? So then, what are they naturally? Like the spirit entity that Hanyu was before? Are they like, honestly, are they the parasite? Like, I kind of wonder if it's just one of those two. I mean, it would explain why you can't leave the village, or it causes, like, that craziness, right? If they're the parasites. And coexistence was impossible. If mixing with the wandering people's blood caused the villagers to become demons. I mean, again, that just sounds like Hinamizawa syndrome, which is caused by the parasites. I think they're just the parasites, right? Whether that's, like, a literal physical thing, or if it's, like, the spirit form that we saw. Hanyu had descended, and the heir of the Furude Shrine fell in love with Hanyu. They had a child, and so that's presumably why, like, Furude children have the abilities that they do, and are the queens, right, of the parasites, right? If they're direct descendants of Hanyu, who I assume is technically one of those parasites. But then we learned, I mean, we knew Hanyu was a Yashiro-sama. We knew that much. It's interesting that she kind of took on that savior role of, like, essentially, she laid down the laws, right, that Hinamizawa has to follow. Like, you must stay in Hinamizawa, like, stuff like that, right? And because people would not, like, people wouldn't move on from their sins and would hoist it on someone else, she becomes this kind of savior figure, who is eventually worshipped as a Yashiro-sama, in a lot of the rituals that we saw of, like, ripping her organs out, right? Ripping her guts out. was how they kind of created a common villain and like all united and lost that paranoia because they're like, oh, it was them. It wasn't my neighbor. It was Hanyu, right? Just kind of interesting lore stuff. And now she's kind of continued that role. It's just kind of interesting revelation. Some of it we already knew, but definitely adds some information.
そりゃますます悪いことを言っちまったな。
そして羽生はその角があるがゆえに全ての罪を引き受け、生産するというとても大きなお役目を引き受け、全うし神と崇められたのです。
え、神？
僕の独り言なのです。忘れて大丈夫なのですよ。
I wonder how long it's going to take H to be like, wait, that's literally Oyashiro-sama. You know, it's kind of crazy how much of a direct parallel, Hanyu is, with... I mean, I'm certain there are other, savior religious figures, but, I mean, the obvious parallel that I draw is, Jesus, right? Like actual Jesus Christ. The savior who died bearing sins and then was worshipped afterwards, right? Such an obvious comparison, and it's just kind of interesting because they censor so much of the religious aspects earlier in this very chapter, right? And it's so funny. We're seeing the parallels there, and they censored the actual religion talk earlier, but the obvious allegory, right, is but that's fine. It's kind of funny. Yeah, I'd maybe react the same way. Really though, like I said, that could be there are plenty of figures potentially in religion. I'm not going to claim to be a religious expert. That could very well be a direct reference to a different religion. Plenty of smaller religions that I might not know. Hell, even the big ones. I don't know that well, right? Truth be told. But I don't even know Christianity that well. I'm not a religious person, right? I know some very basics, but there's probably some, I wouldn't be shocked if it's a reference to something else. It doesn't really matter either way. It's just kind of funny that the real world parallels, potential parallels, are actually censored. You know? Nobody knows who Hanyu really is. Is she really a divine existence that descended from a higher place? Or is she simply an unlucky girl who became a sacrifice just because she had a pair of horns? Nobody knows. But this girl's blood was blended with the Furude family's blood, and that blood has descended into me. Our legends state that if the Furude family is a girl for their firstborn child for 8 generations in a row, that 8th child will be a reincarnation of a Yashiro-sama. I don't know exactly what that means, but I'm that 8th generation. Is that why I was the only person who could see Hanyu? 8 generations is a very long time. Maybe that's how long it took for all the sins Hanyu assumed to be cleared. 8 represents infinity. It's a very lucky number. Often curses uttered will contain, I'll curse you for 7 generations, but the 8th lies beyond that. In other words, 8 possesses such good fortune that it can forgive great curses and sins that span 7 generations. It's a number with power. It's the time Hanyu needed to cleanse all the sins she took in from the humans. Hanyu and her people simply wanted to coexist with us, but Hanyu had to become a sacrifice. Her stomach was cut open and its contents washed down the stream, and she was thrown into the swamp. And so, the Furude family has been waiting. They waited for a very long time for her to come back. They kept our traditions alive, waiting forever and ever for her return. According to legend, the name Furude was made by adding a horn to the character for fortune teller. Never would have figured that out. The Furude family rose when Hanyu's bloodline was combined with that of human beings. Hanyu's the ancestor of the Furude family, as well as the mother of us all. When I was little, Hanyu taught me a lot more things than my mother did. It's no wonder. I'm her descendant. The curse in the clan who exorcised and buried their very own mother was finally absolved after 8 generations, or what seemed like eternity. Dude, every character in this game just has to have a miserable backstory, huh? And then she met me, her descendant, the final generation of the Furude family. Sometimes when I think about that, I feel like there must be some important meaning to this hapless fate thrust upon me. What kind of meaning could the trial I face, the trial of breaking through the obstacles sealing my fate, have upon the curse that plagued Hanyu and the Furude family for over a millennium? 1,000 years is simply too long a period to communicate thoughts and intentions correctly. Hanyu's become the curse we call the Yashiro-sama. Though she originally was a means of salvation, she's become a chain that binds people. The rules about coexisting were misinterpreted as a law that binds villagers to this place. That continued until the Meiji era. And all the village winds once again blow towards the misunderstanding of isolation thanks to the dam conflict. How does that play into my meeting with Hanyu and this motley fate we're trapped in? I haven't lived long enough to be able to understand that. The only thing I can say for sure is that the Furude family originated when Hanyu's bloodline mixed with that of humans, and the line's final descendant, me, finally met with its ancestor. The Furude bloodline bears a cursed history of placing all of man's sins onto its mother and killing her. Now, the beginning and end of that line have met. Hanyu always wanted to join everyone, yet she couldn't hide her horns. Even so, she still wished to be an existence that completes a circle. It's kind of interesting talking about how, like with her being able to see Hanyu, what is her place, knowing exactly what Hanyu is? Like, what is, in her case, being the reincarnation of a Yashiro-sama, what does that mean for her? Right? Like, does that mean that she has to absolve the village of their sins? Is it something like that? Right? I mean, if that's the case, Rika's, like, doomed to die either way, right? Like, or is there, like, I don't know, is it to, like, make clear what she really meant and save everyone, right? Now that, like, their sins have been absolved. I don't know. We'll see. Also, what a depressing line. It's a child's job to bury their parents. But, mother, I've never heard that it's a child's job to kill and bury their parents. Don't ask, child. I'm not human. My horns are proof that I'm a demon. A demon's job is to take on the calamities of the human world. Bearing the calamities of this chaotic world and cleansing the unrest in mankind's hearts is my role. Then, mother, why do you have to be the one? People's sins are people's sins. They aren't yours. Listen, child. People live with their sins, but they can't live without making someone else take the blame. Nobody wants to take the blame, so they shift that responsibility around. That is a demon, the true demon disrupting the world of man. By bearing it myself, man may be cleansed, and mankind can be freed from their destiny of doubt and conflict. Let all the sins, the filth, the karma, and the curse come to me. Then attack me, purify me, wash me down the stream, and throw me in the swamp. A human will not do, so it is the fate of one not human to accept that role. If a human were made to bear it, then mankind would not be freed from the demon of doubt. I don't understand. I don't understand, Mother. Mother, you have horns. Are you saying that you aren't human just because you have horns? That even if you are human, the horns make you non-human? Even if you have horns, you're human to me. My child, you're the only one who's ever said that. Even if everyone else calls me X or X, they'll still call me human. What is passed down in the Furude's many forbidden scrolls, the ones unknown to even the heads of the three families sealed in the altar in the shrine storage. Understanding that would probably require about as much time as I've spent repeating time. Yet once you understand that, perhaps you'll better understand the smile Hanyu wears as she innocently plays with everyone. Yeah, she doesn't have to be literal, like, the literal savior, right? She can just be a normal human like she'd always really wanted to be. I heard Mion yell in surprise. Something must have happened.
なんだどうしたんだ
羽生さんがそこでふざけてて転んで斜面を転げ落ちていったんですわ。
Ruh-roh. Kind of reminds me of the start of chapter 7 when we jump into Rika's perspective.
羽生ちゃん大丈夫？
綺麗に転がってったけど捻挫とかしてないかな。行こう行こう。
Honey had been playing on the slope and tumbled down it. There's a road just below the slope. Mion and the others went down the stairs to get to her. Let's go. I hope she isn't injured. Of course. We would run into Takano, huh? When I got there, I saw Toмотake-san and Takano-san. They were taking care of her.
これはどういうことなんだい?
Why do you have horns? I know she's gonna pick up on something here.
急に彼女が転がり落ちてきてね。
ずいぶん綺麗に転がってきたわね。でも
頭をゴチンとやってしまったみたいだから、後でコブになってしまうかもね。よく冷やしておいた方がいいわよ。
You got a concussion.
私たちの声が聞こえます？ほら、指は何本に見えますの？
She sounded disoriented, but didn't appear to be injured. What a relief for everyone. I bet she's just feeling dizzy from rolling.
でもよかったね。怪我がなくて。
いやはや。しかし、転がってった先に看護師さんがいてくれたなんてできすぎだね。
I don't know that's how I'd describe it.
あら、非番の時の私は野鳥撮影家なのよ。ねえ、次郎さん。
まあね、そういうことさ。
When you're not working, you're a mass murderer.
まあ、ひなみざわっこなら、このくらいで怪我はできねえよな。羽生も、もう立派なひなみざわの仲間ってことだぜ。
羽生ちゃんっていうの？見かけない子ね。新しいお友達？
ええ、そうですわよ。
Yeah, we beefed once.
月曜日に転校してきたばかりなんですのよ。
これ、何？変わってるわね。おもちゃ？
Takano-san tried to poke at one of Hanyu's horns. They'd be an interesting hair accessory if they were an accessory.
それは羽生ちゃんのチャームポイントなので取っちゃダメなんです。
あら、そうなの？私はあまり可愛くないと思うんだけど。だってほら。
Don't say it.
化け物。みたいじゃない？
Suddenly, Hanyu moaned as if suffocating.
高野、羽生は化け物じゃありませんです。二度と言ったら許さないのです。
Or I'll beat the brakes off of you.
そうだよ、高野さん。人の趣味に悪いよ。
She loves bullying children.
ごめんなさいね。決してそんなつもりはなかったんだけど。
Oh, yeah, I believe you. You would never do something so mean to children, huh? Rika-chan said it rather firmly. I'm sure Hanyu doesn't want to hear that word, but sometimes Takano-san says things in a derogatory way without realizing it herself. Without realizing it, she knows exactly who that is. But I guess there are things you can't or shouldn't say. Hanyu was looking at Takano-san with a complicated look on her face. After seeing that expression, Takano-san realized she might have hurt her feelings. She apologized and left with Toмотake-san.
大丈夫？羽生、綺麗に転げ落ちたから、大して怪我はないそうです。リカ、今の人、今の人、高野ですよ。
Does Rika not remember?
高野。
It seems like Hanyu remembers, but Rika might not. Hanyu repeated Takano-san's name. All of a sudden, I grew worried that she hit her head or something. Hanyu stood straight up and grabbed Rika-chan's collar.
リカ、高野です。高野。そうですよ。高野ですよ。違う、リカ。高野です。覚えてないのですか？
知ってるわよ。高野美代でしょ。
Okay,
入
she
江診
remembers.
療所の。
思い出せないのですか？
Oh, maybe she doesn't. That sounded like the serious voice.
ごめん、羽生。何の話？
Oh no.
リカ。そんな。
That's not good. And this is the last one. The last one. She finally imprinted herself with the true enemy's name while enduring the pain of her stomach being cut open. And yet she can't remember. Rika Furude has failed to inherit memory of the fragments. Oh no. I mean, she has to get them back eventually, right? Surely. But what could drive that? Like, is it Akasaka's appearance, maybe? Is that where we're going back to now? No. Wait. Yes.
あ
Boy, that is an unprecedented level of hype. Oh my goodness. Bro said, oh! Bro's been waiting his whole life for this reunion. Oh my goodness. Bro, if it wasn't 1980, I think they might hit the loudest and cleanest dap you have ever seen in your life after this. Oh my god.
ご無沙汰しておりますよ。
大石さん。
Bro, I still can't stand his damn console sprite. I'm sorry, bro. It's just, why is his neck so thick? I get he's been training, but oh my god, it's the same width as his head. I mean, I guess that's true of some of the other characters. It might just be how tall it is, really. Like, I don't know. Like, I guess it wouldn't be so bad if his neck was like just a little shorter. I guess it's because, I mean, he kind of wears a low-cut shirt. Maybe it's just that. It just looks so wrong, man. Because it comes below his collarbone, so I really think it's just how low-cut his shirt is. Yeah, God, it just looks so wrong to me, man. I can't.
その後もお変わりなく。
おかわりなくなんてひどいですな。最近リンゴダイエットっていうのを始めましてね。ちょいと体重が絞れてきたつもりだったんですがね。そういう赤坂さんはこれまた見違えるくらいたくましくなったじゃないですか。
この程度には鍛えてないと体が持ちませんので。
Bro's in his prime. Not quite. He's like 2 years off from that, but close enough.
あれ、クラちゃん。その人、あの人かい？何年か前にうちに来た東京の公安の。
本田屋さん、ご無沙汰しております。その節はお世話になりました。
あんた、そっか、若いっていいね。
Yeah, I guess so, man.
さあ、せっかく来てくれたんです。もうお店に行っちゃいましょう。馴染みの店ですからのれん前でも入れてくれるでしょう。さあ行きましょう。
大石さん、いいんですか？まだ勤務時間中じゃないんですか？
Bro cleared the schedule for the day.
何言ってんですか。東京本庁からいらっしゃられた特命刑事との特別研修ですよ。
Bro said, I'm old. I can make an excuse.
さあ行きましょう。ちょいと先に電話してきます。赤坂さんに比べたらカモネギみたいな連中ですがね。ちょいとメンツを揃えまして。いいところにクマちゃん今夜バチッとポンチしに行きま
Oh,
せ
they're
ん
gonna
か？
run some mahjong. Bro was a demon at some mahjong, bro.
大石さん、本当に変わっておられませんね。
Akasaka used to think Oishi wasn't serious enough about work, but after experiencing many different things in the real world, that preconception had completely disappeared. Oishi's that way because of his experience. It's not always best to take things seriously. In this world, sometimes being that frank can help. In Akasaka's case, people often tell him to relax more. But in Oishi's case, maybe he should straighten out a little.
さあ赤坂さん行きましょう。
ええ、参りましょう。
いい返事です。だいぶベテランの余裕ができてきました。そうでなくちゃ。
The old Akasaka would have thought Oishi was making fun of him, but by now I could take it as an honest assessment. Bro, this dynamic is so funny.
赤坂さんもずいぶん強くなりましたね。なんだかお酒じゃ勝てない気がしてきましたよ。
The new generation.
いやー、オイルと酒に弱くなるってのは本当ですな。
ご謙遜を。それに私が強いのは情報収集が下戸では務まらないからです。
Yeah, that's fair. It's literally in his job description. It's that if he needs to go to a bar and, like, I don't know, get drunk, right? Like, to get info from a client, you can outdrink him, you know?
ちゃんと予算を切って常に若手と特訓してますから。
That's so funny.
日本酒、洋酒、紹興酒。のれんをくぐることもあればミラーボールのお店の時もありますよ。
そりゃいいそりゃいい。今度ぜひ私も高知に参りますよ。
Oh yeah.
ええ、 ぜひ享受してやってください。最近の若いのは自分は生まれつき飲めないとか、私だって最初は全然ダメでしたがね。酒は飲めば飲むほどに強くなり、ますますに旨味がわかるようになるんです。
I mean, kinda true.
そうですそうです。聞いてますかクマちゃん。
面目ないっす。これでもだいぶ強くなったんですよ。
Probably not compared to them.
そうだの。大石と組まされたばかりの頃はお前乾杯からウーロン茶だったからの。
それはいけない。乾杯は重要な意味があるんです。そこでアルコールを飲まないというのは、自分はこの飲み会に福があるって言ってるようなもんなんです。
Let him know, Akasaka.
だから私はそんなことする若手どもにはしっかり指導してますよ。
Get to drinking, buddy.
一気飲みしろって言ってんじゃない。とにかく最初の一杯だけは中ジョッキ。
He's serious about this, man. When Akasaka first came to Okinamiya, he was very nervous, but there's no trace of that tension left in him, seeing that Oishi realized just how much Akasaka had learned in the past few years.
よっ、赤坂さんかっこいい。いやもう本当に頼もしくなっちゃいましたね。
And that's exactly what we need.
私にとっては定年までの残り数年でしかなかった間に、赤坂さんはこれほどたくましく成長したんですから。いやいや、老兵は去るべきだと痛感します。
I reckon it might be.
そんなことはないです。私も嫌になるくらい経験がものを言う世界というのを勉強しました。力仕事や現場仕事なんか私たち若造に任せて、大石さんのようなベテランにはぜひデスクで胸を張ってこき使ってもらいたいもんです。
There's also learned respect.
ですってよ。聞いてますかクマちゃん。
Bro's enjoying this.
いたたたたたた、すいませんすいません、頑張るっす。
大石、熊谷君も頑張っちょるぞ。
Bro, poor Kuma guy.
めんどくさがりのお前さんに代わってよくまめに歩き回った。
大石さんはめちゃくちゃな人でしょ。
You know, I feel like Kuma guy has got to be the least relevant named character in this game. I guess Ichiro is named. Ichiro my bar. But technically he has an important story role. Does Kuma guy even have an important story role? Like, if you just, like, removed him for an unnamed police officer, would it change anything? I don't know. Is there a named character? Of chapters 1 through 7, of course. Is there a named character that's less relevant than Kuma guy? Like, genuinely, if anyone can think of one, let me know. Like, if they're so irrelevant, I just forgot, right? Like, I mean, named and with sprites, mind you. Named and with sprites, right? I can't think of anyone else.
私が大石さんと組んだのはほんの数日間だったんですが、あなたの気持ちもよくわかりますよ。でもね、大石さんがきっとあなたを鍛えてくれますから。
Yeah, if he doesn't low-key get you killed.
最後まで信じてついていってください。
わかりました。頑張るっす。でもお酒は鍛えられても麻雀までは無理っすよ。
Buddy, you better believe Akasaka is good at that.
かみさんに給料を渡す前に大石さんに取られるんです。
いや、麻雀も経験なんです。打った場数が強さと自信になるんですよ。後でご一緒しましょう。まずは負けない打ち方を伝授します。
大石、いい若者だの。お前さんが無茶やってた頃にちょっとだけ似とるの。
まさかまさか。
The young buck resembles the old vet.
私はこんな2枚目じゃありませんでしたから。
Now we're just glazing. It was unusual for Oishi to enjoy anyone's company this much. Akasaka and Oishi only worked together for a few days. They had exchanged some holiday cards since, but that was about it. Oishi had no idea how happy it would make him to see such a greenhorn grow into a dependable cop. Oishi always thought he wanted to be active until the day he retired, but after seeing such a dependable colleague, he began to think that maybe it was time for him to step down. Oishi and Akasaka enjoyed their reunion more than they thought they would. I want to see the mahjong. Who ran the pockets? The owner of the place was bringing the electric sign inside. All the chairs were up on the table, and the owner's wife was cleaning the floor. There was nobody else around. Judging by the clock, it was almost 3 a.m.
フラちゃんたちは久しぶりの再会なんでしょ。ゆっくりしてっていいよ。帰る時だけ起こしてくれねえかな。鍵しなきゃなんねえから。
What a guy.
すんませんな、気を使わせちゃって。
There wouldn't be anything else open at such a late hour. Oishi and his colleagues still wanted to talk, so they decided to stay. Kumagai couldn't fight his sleepiness and was nodding off. Come on, garbage cop, bro. They were talking about Akasaka's job. Akasaka works at a department specializing in public safety. Oishi and the others were interested in all his stories of danger and bravery.
それで、実はこちらに来たら、フルでリカという少女に会いたいと思っていたんです。
フルでリカって、フルデ家の忘れがたみのリカちゃまですか？
The very same.
忘れがたみということは、彼女の両親は
The Watanagashi curse. Rika Furude had predicted that there would be an incident in Hinamizawa every year for the following 5 years. Her parents, according to her, were supposed to be killed on the 3rd year running.
あれはお社様のたたりの3年目ですから。昭和56年ですかね。フルデ夫妻がちょいと引っかかる形でお亡くなりになりまして、赤坂さんがひなみ沢に行かれてからちょうど3年後の話です。
3年後。私がひなみ沢を訪れてから3年後の6月のことなんですか？
ねえ、そうです。どうしました？何か気にかかることでも？
A lot. Akasaka shut his eyes tightly to chase away the alcohol in his brain and tried to remember the girl's prediction. He had, after all, come here to confirm it.
私が訪れたのは、その翌年にダム建設の監督が亡くなられたということは、そうだ。彼は私と麻雀を打った方のはず。
But he did not make it much longer.
あの方はその後どうなさっていますか？
新聞にドーンと載ったと思ったんですが、こっちの地方だけなのかな。その翌年に作業員たちとの喧嘩で殺されてしまいまして。
Rika Furude had predicted that he'd be killed in a gruesome way, that his body would be dismembered.
その遺体をバラバラにされたということは？
なんだ、知ってるじゃないですか。その通りです。未だ右腕が見つかりませんでね。お気の毒なことです。
The following year, on the same day in June 1980, Satoko's parents will be pushed to their deaths. Maybe it should be called an accident. A lamentable accident.
続けて確認します。さらにその翌年、監督の殺人事件の、確か、そうだ、聡子さんという、多分女性の方だと思います。その方のご両親が転落でお亡くなりになるということは？
おや、お詳しいですね。そうです。ダムの賛成派だった北条夫妻が旅行先の展望台から転落しましてね。事故か事件か未だにはっきりしませんが。
And the following year, on the same day in June 1981, my parents will be killed.
そして、
はい、フルでリカのご両親が。ですが、どうもこいつも今一つ腑に落ちない事件でしてね。
お前さん、随分とお社様のたたり関係に詳しいの。この事件、地元の圧力であまり公にされとらんはずなんだが。
You're not gonna believe the reason we know.
なんてことだ。
だが、いくらお前さんでも次の年は無理だろうの。何しろ4年目から秘匿捜査指定がかかっとる。
いえ、多分わかります。
In the following year, on the same day in June 1982, Satoko's mean aunt will die. Her head will be smashed in.
その翌年ですから、つまり昨年です。先ほどの聡子さんの叔母にあたる方が頭部撲殺のような形で殺されてはいませんか？
そうです。ビンゴです。
Yeah.
赤坂さん。
Yeah.
どうしてそんなことまでご存知なんですか？
You would not believe your ears.
多分私はさらにその翌年に殺される人物も知っています。
お前さん、何を言っとるんだ。第一、去年の翌年中たら、そら今年のことだろうが。
Correct. I'll be killed.
昭和58年6月、つまり今月です。フルでリカが 殺されます。
Oishi and the others were at a loss for words. Akasaka talked about the 4 mysterious incidents. Although he'd been far away, he belonged to a very special unit of public safety. It could have been possible for him to find out about their secret investigations. That was why it wasn't that odd for Akasaka to mention the series of mysterious deaths, even though he had been far away from Hinamizawa. However, not only did he know about them, but he also named the next victim. Oishi and his co-workers had sobered up entirely.
赤坂さん、もう夜もだいぶ更けました。これ以上はお互いしんどいんで、単刀直入に行きましょう。今の話は一体どういう意味ですか？
はい、今の話は私が南沢を訪れた昭和53年6月に彼女から聞かされたことなんです。
なんですって？
Oishi couldn't believe what he was hearing. He was left speechless.
信じられない気持ちはわかります。
Yeah, shit, I'd be speechless.
それを聞いた当時の私も幼い少女の気まぐれな予言遊びくらいに思いました。ですが彼女は5年目に自分が殺されることを私に訴えました。それはつまり自分を助けてほしいという明白なメッセージだったと思うんです。
And now here we are.
今回ひなみ沢を訪れた最大の目的は彼女を訪ね本当に今でも私の助けを必要としているのかを確かめるためだったんです。
赤坂さん、私はね、今年で定年なんです。連続開始事件の1年目に殺されたおやすさんの仇をどうしても年内に取りたいんです。
I don't think you're really going to be able to do that, but...
ですから私はどんな些細な情報でも怪しげな情報でも飛びつきます。だから一応確認させてください。今の話は冗談じゃないですよね。なんかの冗談なら今のうちにそうだと言ってくださいよ。
Do we think Oishi survives this route? I mean, he's literally the retiring cop who's been hell-bent on vengeance, right? Like, no way he lives, right?
私は真実しか言っていません。フルデリカは昭和53年6月に今の話を私に語ったんです。ただ当時の私はそれを重要な話とは思わずそれを大石さんに伝えませんでした。それは申し訳なく思います。
いや、それは無理もないぞい。そんな話突然されても鵜呑みにできん。
Shit, I wouldn't believe that.
4年連続した今だから聞ける話だわい。
Oishi must have been thinking that if only Akasaka had told him that back then, he could have saved his friend. But what the old man from Forensic just said was right too. Oishi wouldn't have believed him back then, and his friend would have died anyway, and Oishi would have been left with regret at not being able to do anything.
そうですね。いえ、すみませんでした。しかし、フルデリカがどうして、
今のひなみ沢の状況は私も詳しくありません。一応当時の新聞でダム計画の無期凍結が決定されたというのは読みました。ですからダム戦争は終わって平穏な生活を取り戻していると信じていたのですが。
That's an incorrect assumption. Even if I understand the place it came from.
ダム戦争は確かに終わった。だがな、その翌年からな、通称お社様のたたりと呼ばれる連続開始事件が毎年起こるようになってな。その詳細についてはまさにお前さんが今言った通りの内容なんだわい。
どうやら私は彼女に大変な何かを託されたような気がしてきました。大石さん、ズバリお尋ねします。今年フルでリカが殺されるのはあり得る流れだと思いますか？
フルデ夫妻はダム戦争当時消極的だったことを理由に後ろ指を刺されていたという話があります。
It's really not why she'd be being killed, but...
それで3年目のたたりにあったというのが定説です。その流れから言えばフルデリカ殺しは
あり得るんですね。
Oishi nodded slowly.
明日フルでリカに接触を試みるつもりです。どうやら彼女に直接話を聞くしかないようですからね。
The problem is she doesn't remember everything, so hopefully the meeting with Akasaka will kind of trigger those memories.
赤坂さん、それ私もご一緒させてくれませんか？フルでリカの話はどうやら私にとっても重要なものになりそうです。
こりゃ、お前さん なんともとんでもない土産を持ってきてくれたもんだの。
Shit, no lie, he gave them their first lead in a while, and it's an incredible one.
わしもちょいと面白くなってきたぞい。煙に巻かれたまま終わると思ってた怪事件が解けるのに立ち会えるとは思わなんだ。
しかし疑問もありますね。どうしてこんな重要な話を私だけに打ち明けたのでしょう。助けを求めるなら東京から出張してきた私ではなく地元警察のはずなのですが。
Okay, that's a good question. I don't know. I guess maybe through her various life cycles, maybe she somehow figured out that, like, I don't know. Maybe she somehow just realized the importance of Akasaka, or maybe it was just intuition.
多分地元警察を信用しきれないところがあったのでしょう。私も泥臭い人間です。リカさんの信用を得ていなかったのかもしれない。それに沖宮署には S 号の息のかかった連中も少なからず潜んでいます。
つまり東京から来た私が一番信用できたということですね。
悔しいですが。
だとしたら大石さん、この件他にはない道に。
もちろんですとも。とにかく明日ひなみ沢に行ってリカさんに直接話を伺ってみましょう。話はそれからです。
Gotta stay and see that. And I've been doing longer episodes recently anyways, but I'm not meeting the New Year's date, so it's not as important that I keep them long, but I gotta at least get
信じ
through
られな
that.
いわ。でもそれが真実なのね。
It was in the middle of the night. Only the sounds of insects and Satoko's snoring could be heard. Rika was sitting by her favorite window.
そうなのです。リカを殺すのは高野なのです。僕もリカもはっきりと見ましたのです。リカは高野の顔を目に焼き付けようと。
The fact that it didn't work is fucked up.
意識のあるままにお腹を裂かれてもなお歯を食いしばってその顔を見ていたのです。
嫌な死に方ね。毎回記憶に残ってなかったのを感謝したいわ。でもなんとなくわかる。高野の好みそうな殺し方だもの。
Yeah, absolutely.
でもわからない。どうして高野が私を殺すの？だって私は女王感染者で、私が死ねば大惨事になるんでしょ。
That's the point.
だから入江機関や山犬たちが私を守ってくれてるんじゃないの。そのてっぺんにいる高野がどうして私を殺さなくちゃならないの？ごめん。意味のない質問ね。高野が私を殺す。それが真実なのであって、その動機なんか大した問題じゃないものね。
Knowing her motive might help with prevention, but ultimately the most important piece of information is that it was Takano.
しかし、だとしても、よりによって、なぜ高野なの？
Although she just said that the motive didn't matter, Rika went back to the same question. The reason why Takano was protecting the Queen Carrier wasn't because she wanted to prevent the rest of Hinamizawa from developing the syndrome. It was because the Queen Carrier was an extremely valuable subject of her research. Yeah. And if that research isn't important, then considering that value, why did she kill the Queen Carrier with her own two hands?
敵は高野一人なの？
山犬の人たちも敵でした。入江が敵かは分かりませんでしたが、多分敵じゃなかったと思いますです。
No, he is not.
高野と山犬が敵。
Bottom 5 worst case scenarios. Or like top 5 worst case scenarios, rather.
冗談じゃない。私たち小娘がどう立ち向かえって言うの？無理よ。奇跡でも起きない限り、あんな奴らに私たちが勝てるわけがない。
Unless there's a miracle. Cue Akasaka's entrance.
しかも、綿流しは次の日曜日。私が殺されるのは22日。あと1週間ってところ。そのわずかな時間でどう戦うの？高野を金属バットで闇討ちにでもしてみる？
I don't think that would do it.
意味ないわ。高野は所詮連中の一人。
Yeah. Yeah. The other dude, who was the leader of the Mountain Dogs? Okanogi. Okanogi would probably just finish the plan.
高野一人を返り討ちにしたって
山犬たちに取り囲まれておしまいよ。どうすればいいのよ。どうすれば。
そんなの僕だってわからないのです。でも今までは何度繰り返したって敵の名前だってわからなかったじゃないですか。
This is something at least.
それをやっと掴んだのです。
Hanyu being so serious and determined. I like that. I like this.
やれることがあるはずなんです。
Literally last chapter, she would have told Rika to just roll over and die. This is the first time in a long time that Hanyu had spoken so positively. Rika was startled for a moment and realized that she was losing her cool. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She was so confused that Takano was the culprit. Rika had always thought of Takano as her ally. There were, after all, many reasons why Takano should treat her well. Rika couldn't even think of one reason why Takano would want to kill her. Still, Takano was always thinking about bizarre things. There was no guarantee that a crazy idea of hers couldn't become a motive.
ということは、富武は殺されてる。つまり、富武は味方？
He is, but Takano isn't, so good luck reaching him.
多分味方だと思いますです。そうですよ、リカ。富武に相談すればいいのです。
Takano was accompanied by the Mountain Dogs because of an organization named Tokyo. So could Rika ask for help only from someone affiliated with that organization? In that case, Tomotake was the only one she could talk to about the issue. Although Irie might also be worth having a talk with. But then, that was why she needed to know. She needed to know why Takano wanted to kill her. Unless she could explain that, they probably wouldn't even believe her. Besides, Tomotake was in love with Takano. He wouldn't doubt her so easily. Yeah. Yurei seemed to be keeping a little distance from Takano. He might be a little more inclined to believe, but as someone who was simply a doctor, he knew little about Tokyo. He might end up being useless to Rika. Then, should she call the police? No way, definitely no way. There's no way they would believe her. If she were to make a call and say that a strange organization named Tokyo was trying to kill her, they would think she was crazy. Then what could she do? How could she save herself? The scariest people in Hinamizawa were coming to kill her. How could she run from them? How could she fight them? How? If she'd remembered the scene of Takano killing her, then she wouldn't have been so confused. Because seeing is believing. But she didn't remember. This was just what Hani was telling her. She didn't want Takano to be her enemy. This was a truth she didn't want to accept. So she was tempted to just say that this was all simply Hanyu's delusion.
落ち着くのです、リカ。前の世界で僕たちは学んだはずなのです。覚えていませんですか？
前の世界って、あれでしょ？レナが学校にガソリンをまいて立てこもって。
No, she doesn't remember it at all.
違いますです。その次にもう一つ世界があったのです。本当に覚えてないのですか？
Why does she not remember that one at all?
その世界ではあいつが帰ってくるのです。北条哲平が。
最悪の世界ね。何をやっても相談所は様子見で、聡子は数日で廃人同然。
Wrong.
どうせ仲間の誰かが発症して哲平を闇討ちにするんでしょ。
違います。そこではみんなが力を合わせて相談所に陳情してちゃんと聡子を救ったのです。その世界でリカは圭一にあれだけ教えられたじゃないですか。
So much that you need to remember.
奇跡は信じなきゃ起きない。そしてみんなが信じれば必ず奇跡が起こるって。
It's so funny, the role reversal.
確かに圭一が言いそうなことね。
Yeah, it is.
でもすごいわね。今まで一度も退けられなかった哲平の帰宅する世界を打ち破るなんて。
その世界の圭一たちはどうやって奇跡を起こすか知ってますですか？みんなにですね、ちゃんと相談したのです。どうせダメだとか一人で悩んだりとかしないでみんなに相談したのです。
Damn, this is a call to action.
だから奇跡が起こせたのです。
みんなにって圭一たちに高野のことを相談しろと？東京という怪しげな組織に狙われているから助けてって。
信じてくれますです。
I feel like they wouldn't at first.
前の世界では信じてくれましたのです。なんでリカは僕が言うのを信じてくれませんのですか？
ごめんなさい。信じないわけじゃないの。羽生が見たんだから。 それは真実なんだものね。自分の記憶に残らないというのがこんなにも温度差を感じさせてしまうものだったなんて嫌になるわ。
The fact that she doesn't remember everything Keiichi taught her is disheartening.
とにかくリカと僕が2人で悩んでも何も解決できませんです。僕たち2人の力ではあまりに非力なのです。でも僕たちには武器があります。それは真実です。動機はよくわかんないけど、でも犯人は高野だってわかってます。だからこれはこれまでの世界で一番有利なスタートのはずなんです。それなのになんで最後の最後でリカだけ記憶がつながらないのです。
That is actually brutal. The best start we've ever had, but Rika can't remember Chapter 7. Hanyu ground her teeth remorsefully. She saw the truth just a short time ago, so she couldn't believe that Rika didn't remember anything. If it was something she'd seen herself, then she wouldn't even need a motive. But she hadn't, and that was why she couldn't understand. Why was her memory missing even when Hanyu's memory was still intact? Did that mean their long journey was about to end? Perhaps her infinitely repeating journey was already over, and this was the last world of all?
羽生がみんなにも見えて、しかも転校までしてくるなんて、なんだか変な世界だなとは思ってたけど、どうやらここはとびっきりおかしな世界みたいね。
Yeah, no lie. Okay, so it's just a like this world thing. It might be the sign that this is the last one.
おかしくも何もありません。ただ最後の世界なだけなのです。僕はその最後の世界でみんなと力を合わせるために、僕はここでは傍観者じゃない、リカのみんなの仲間で味方なのです。
そういえばそうね。あんた傍観者をやめたのね。
僕はもう傷つくことを恐れて舞台に上がらないなんて嫌なのです。
Hanyu development.
それを恐れずにみんなと信じる。だから奇跡が起こせる。これは昭和58年6月をかけたゲームの世界なのです。戦っているのはリカと高野。期限までにリカが敵を倒せないと自動的に負けになる。高野たちは山犬という強力な駒をいくつも持っている。
We have pieces of our own.
少々の駒を集めたくらいではとても太刀打ちできないのです。
We need to gather them.
だからリカはあらゆる人に助けを求め、対等な数だけ駒を揃えなければそもそもゲームが始まらない。このゲーム版のルールを僕たちは何度も繰り返しながら学んできましたのです。それはまるで説明書のないゲームのよう。でも僕たちは何度も学び、そしてようやく戦い方を知り、さらに敵方の駒の正体まで最初から分かっているという破格のリードがもらえましたのです。リカ、ぼんやりしてる場合じゃないのです。綿流しまであと1週間。前の世界は2週間の猶予で始まりましたのですが、つまりこれが最後の世界なのです。
We're just running out of time.
わかったわ。私が覚えていないことの不幸を嘆くより、あなたが覚えていてくれた幸運を喜ぶべきね。あなたまで忘れていたら、この最後の世界も右往左往してるうちに終わってしまったに違いない。
Wouldn't that be terrible? That'd be so awful. If, like, you just never even had a chance in the last world.
それに、圭一たちへの相談も、うまく話し方を考えれば、何かいい知恵がもらえるかもしれない。何しろ、学校大爆発がほぼ確定したあの世界で、レナと大立ち回りをして正気に戻させるという奇跡。
そうです。とにかく話せる人に相談しましょうです。僕たちだけではあまりにか弱いのです。仲間を集めどうするかを考えましょうです。奇跡の道も一歩からなのです。
しかもそれをたったの1週間でね。
Good luck. Hanyu never encouraged her like this before. She'd always pretended to be a bystander. She never wanted to go through the pain of failure, so she never had expectations for anything. and now she was trying to intervene in this world so passionately and proactively. According to Hanyu, there'd been another world after the one in which Rena occupied the school. Apparently, Keiichi really inspired her in that world. Rika had nothing to lose. She had to talk to whoever she thought she could trust, and whether she tried or not, she had only a very short time left. She decided to do whatever she possibly could until that time arrived. She would never again act like it was cool to sip wine pretending to be a witch as the end closed upon her. They're both fighting. And that's the best we can hope for.
もしもし。ご無沙汰しておりますわ。野村です。先日は詳細な資料をありがとうございました。厚生省のお歴々も、あなたの丁寧な資料のおかげで、ひなみ沢症候群の恐ろしさを理解してくださりました。すべてあなたと、高野先生の研究の成果ではありませんか。
Yeah, this is definitely the woman that like got Takano really like so focused on revenge, right?
私は正当な研究が正当な評価を受けられるようにしたに過ぎませんわ。それはもちろんあなたの資料をやがては総理の手にも取らせてみせましょう。総理は一国の主、我が国で最も権力を持つ人物にそれがいかに優れた研究であり、そしてひなみ沢症候群がいかに特別なものなのか。なのにその研究をないがしろにし、無残にもあなたとあなたの祖父の論文を土足で踏みにじった現理事会、彼らがどれだけ愚かなのかを分からせてお見せします。
Literally just telling her everything she wants to hear.
そんなあなたに朗報があります。終末作戦が終わった後、現地は隔離閉鎖され、陸自の別部門が研究を引き継ぐこととなりました。あなたはそこへ迎え入れられ、派閥や予算に悩まされることなく、心ゆくまで研究をすることができるのです。あなたの献身的努力に報いたいとおっしゃられるクライアントの行為としか申せませんわ。あなたはそこで所長の地位を与えられ、今度こそ思うままに存分に研究に勤しむことができるのです。
Yeah, I can obviously see why all of this would be tempting for Takano.
それはとても素晴らしいことではありませんか。そしてあなたはひなみ沢症候群の研究をステップの一つにし、高野先生が求められていた本当のステージ。いいえ、これはお世辞でも何でもありませんわ。あなたに対する、そうですか、長電話を失礼してしまいましたわ。それでは失礼いたします。また追ってご連絡いたします。
The woman put down the handset of her car phone, then she picked it up again and made another call.
内線1001をお願いします。渡辺とお伝えを。
Oh, we have seen that name in a tip.
渡辺です。先日の件はつつがなく終了しました。はい、高野さんの資料は素晴らしいものです。さらに国立研究所の職員を同行させましたので、背広連中はそのまま鵜呑みに。そちらも問題ありません。20日以降から敵対派閥のほとんどの閣僚は外遊、もしくは西洋で東京を離れます。はい、不確定要素はいくつか残りますが、おそらく6月23日には官邸の堀は全て埋め尽くされているはずです。はい、ですので現地作戦は6月22日深夜に決行、23日に総理に緊急決裁を求める日程となると思います。
Right.
はい、当日総理を補佐できるブレーンは全て我々側の人間です。総理は万に一つの疑問も抱かないでしょう。それは間違いなく総理は必ず緊急マニュアル第34号に署名します。その後はアルファベットへの責任追及となり、奥の千葉派、旧小泉派は発言力を大きく失うこととなるでしょう。そうです。今村先生の復権は時間の問題です。ですわね。
So they actually want all the old factions to lose their powers. Oh goodness. Bro. I need to look up what an ODA is. It looks like official development assistance. If there's money to spend on developing domestic nuclear arms or the Japanese-American alliance spanning the Pacific, then it would be more profitable for a nation to spend it on ODA toward China, so helping develop China back up. Is what I'm getting out of this. The 21st century will be the era of China, with their nation claiming a good portion of the world's population. Japan gets nothing out of wagging its tail for the US anymore.
全くですわ。
Yes, I know. The 21st century is almost here, yet we're still saying that communism is the greatest evil. Maybe we've been watching too many bad American propaganda movies.
はい、わかりました。では来週、マカオにてよろしくお願いいたします。私、カジノは大好きですので。はい、それでは失礼いたします。
So funny enough, this is like a in reality, the person who's been hyping themselves up as an old member of the Koizumi faction, right, and trying to, like, that being their motive, right, that's what it sounded like when they were talking to Takano. In reality, they know, like, the Koizumi faction is going to lose sway from this, right, and they're trying to send money to China because they believe they're the next world power.
また追ってご連絡いたします。
The woman put down the handset of her car phone and took a breath. She smiled in satisfaction, then picked up the handset again.
官房長官席を。前澤とお伝えを。はい、私です。奥野長官。
She just have a different name for everyone? Oh my goodness. That's insane. So is this woman gonna end up being like, this is the woman's the true big bad, yeah? I'm curious what direction we're gonna go with this. I'm curious what direction they're gonna go with this. Like, are we gonna go towards some, like, they find out that this woman, whoever she is the true big bad, or is it all gonna stop with Takano, right? Is, like, Takano gonna somehow oust this woman, right? And like Takano gets redemption? Like, I don't know. I actually really don't know which way we're going with this, because it could definitely go a lot of ways from here. And we've seen that name before, Watanabe, right? We've definitely seen that in one of the tips. I assume someone's going to tell me in the comments, but I'll probably look at some of the tips. For some reason, I feel like it was in one of the chapter 3 tips. Hell, I might have it in my notes somewhere if it is. I thought I remembered something about this with the child consultation center or something, or not the child consultation center itself, but like the like Satoko's, like, some document about, like, her abuse or something. I felt like I remembered at Watanabe. But it's interesting that this person seems to go by many names, right? Who knows their true identity besides Nomura, which we're seeing, or I think that's what it was, like, on screen there. Just go ahead and jump into the next subchapter. We got to play at least through Akasaka's conversation with Rika. There's no way I'm leaving before that.
どうしたんですの？
Yeah, Nomura.
なんだか今朝のリカは様子がおかしいですわね。そうですか？どうおかしく見えますですか？うまく言えませんけど、なんだかこう、大人びて見えると言いますか。はわわお、リカは大人なのですよ。はわわ
羽生、今日は茶化すのはなしにして。
She said, "Don't be teasing me."
さとこもごめん。 今日はふざけるのはなしにしてね。
So we need to lock in.
そういう気分。今からあと1週間くらいね。
Satoko gave me a perplexed look. Maybe she thought I didn't feel well. I just learned something unbelievable. For how far into this game I am. You can just press down on the scroll wheel. Advance text instead of left clicking. Which is a little easier. I want to talk to Keiichi and the others, including Satoko, but I didn't know how or where to begin. Although, at this point I'm so used to left clicking, we're just left clicking. But whatever. We like to joke around a lot, so they might not take me seriously. How can I get them to understand the danger I'm in?
先生、おはようございますですわ。あら、監督もですわね。おはようございますですわ。
はい、おはようございます。さとこちゃんにリカさん。
How convenient.
おやおや。頭にメイドさんのカチューシャがありませんね。
No.
校則違反です。お仕置きお仕置き。
入江先生、学校でそういうのはやめてください。
Yeah, come on, bro.
監督、リカが朝から体調が悪いみたいなんですの。ちょっと様子を見てあげてほしいのですわ。
おや、どうなさいましたか？風邪ですか？
I still don't know how to tell my friends, but Irie, at least, is on our side. Maybe I can talk to him more directly. If I keep thinking about it, I'll still be thinking at the end of the day. Maybe I'll start with him. Hanyu nodded, as if saying that was a good idea.
さとこさとこ、圭一が来る前にお席にいたずらをしましょうです。
No, Hanyu, you're evil. What? Could you imagine getting pranked by actually God?
いたずらじゃありませんわよ。より優雅にトラップとお呼びなさいませですわよ。
The way she says trap is always so funny.
羽生さんに対圭一さんトラップの妙義を伝授して差し上げますわ。
Good job pulling Satoko away by Hanyu. Hanyu and Satoko ran to the classroom. Hanyu must have left on purpose. I have to use this chance she's given me.
入江、ここではなんですので、保健室でお話ししてもいいですか？
ええ、構いませんよ。では、保健室へ参りましょう。
Irie probably thinks I'm going to talk to him about Hinamizawa syndrome, so he agreed to go somewhere people couldn't hear. If there's any change in my physical condition, it could be a sign of something very serious. Even if it's just a simple cold, Irie is very concerned about my health.
どうしたんですか？どこか体調でも悪いんですか？
入江、妙な話をしますけど、ふざけないで聞いてほしいのです。とてもとても真剣な話なのです。
I gave Irie the sternest look I've ever shown him as I spoke. Irie usually acts like an idiot, but he can be an adult when he needs to be. Seeing the expression on my face, Irie started to look more grave himself. How do I start? Okay.
入江、僕は女王感染者というものなのですか？
はい。リカさんの寄生体だけは村中の誰とも違う特別なものです。
その僕が死ぬと。
前にもお話ししたと思いますが、いえ、正確にはとても大変なことになると思われます。
I still somewhat
が
question
正しいですね。
Based on chapter 2.
何しろ、リカさんが死ぬまで検証不能なのですから。ただし、ひなみざわ症候群に酷似した社会型脳内寄生虫の例で、女王感染者の死を引き金に、集団自殺や暴動などを引き起こすケースが複数あるというような話です。
Maybe in the case of chapter 2, it's as simple as they knew exactly who to blame, right? Like, they all blamed Shion and ostracized Shion, so, like, there was no paranoia or suspicion, right?
この辺は高野さんの専門です。
It could very well be that simple, so long as Rika's dead and people don't know who killed her, right? Like, then, in that case, it starts breeding down suspicion, and then everyone gets Hinamizawa syndrome. It might just be that simple.
彼女に直接聞いた方がいいでしょう。私には少々疎いあたりです。
In other words, Taka knows better than anybody else that if I die, something terrible will happen. More than ever, I don't know why Takano wants to kill me. There's no way I can figure it out myself. Yuri is here with me right now, and maybe he'll know. I should ask him.
いりえ、話の腰を折らずに聞いて答えてくださいです。そんな僕を殺して誰かが何かを得するということはありますですか？
リカさんを殺す？誰が？
いりえ、話の腰を折らずに答える約束です。
Said Irie, shut the hell up.
すみません。いえ、考えられません。あなたを殺して得をする人間など存在するわけがない。繰り返しになりますが、もし女王感染者に万一があれば、一般感染者は全員48時間以内に末期症状に至るんです。それこそがひなみ沢症候群の最も危険な一面と言えるでしょう。被害妄想の拡大や錯乱などの個人症状とは比べ物にならない規模の大事態です。
その大事態を起こして
絶対にありえません。リカさんを殺すということは村人 2,3 人を殺すのと全く同じことです。たとえ冗談でも絶対に考えられないことです。
Buddy, do I have news for you?
僕が死ねばひなみ沢の人たち全員が被害妄想に取りつかれて錯乱し、鬼の血を引く末裔たちの村の終焉としてはこれ以上ないフィナーレなのです。
Could that be what Takano wants? Since she always talks about dangerous and bizarre things, it's obvious she enjoys cruelty. She always talks about how she wants to witness, with her own eyes, the raw brutality of the man-eating demons she read about in the dark history of Onigafuchi Village. It's possible that she wants me dead just so all the villagers will develop terminal symptoms.
もちろんそれが想定される。ですので、もしも万一リカさんが死ぬようなことがあった場合、ある緊急措置が取られることになっています。
緊急措置？初耳なのですよ。
Yeah, I guess she doesn't know about the disaster since it always happened about her death.
多分初めてお話しすると思います。物騒な話でしたので私も話さなかったと思います。入江機関にとってひなみ沢症候群治療の中での最優先事項は女王感染者の保護です。ですが万一女王感染者が死亡し、感染者全員の急性発症が見込まれた場合、それを未然に防ぐ緊急措置が取られることになっています。
That's understandable. If all 2,000 villagers were to go insane, there would be no guarantee that the devastation would remain within the village. Obviously, it's a good idea to be prepared for the worst case scenario.
非常時用の緊急マニュアルというものが存在しまして、その中で最も危険度の高い事態、つまりリカさんが死んだ場合に適用されるものが緊急マニュアル第34号というものです。
それが適用されると
村人が錯乱する前に全員を処分するという恐ろしい内容です。具体的には自衛隊の緊急時専門の部隊がひなみ沢を封鎖して毒ガスか何かで皆殺しにしてしまうのだそうです。
It's kind of crazy to think that this is the first time that she's ever heard this information.
それも初耳ね。
すみませんでした。私もあまり好きな話ではなかったもので。
Makes sense that she hadn't heard that information, but, you know, it's so crazy to think about. I've been interested in things that happen before I die, but not in things that happen after I'm dead. This disaster only takes place after I die. I had no idea that something like this occurs every single time. Or rather, I'm the cause. If the enemy's capable of erasing an entire village, then killing a little girl like me won't be a problem at all. Anya's telling me to just talk to everyone. Can I really stand against an opponent like that? Anyway, the existence of this emergency manual changes everything. Takano's motive no longer makes sense. I thought her goal was for all the villagers to go mad and slaughter each other like demons. But according to what Irie said, that wouldn't even happen. The villagers will all be killed before it does. I'm not Takano, so I can't be sure, but I don't think that would be fun for her. It doesn't make sense to kill me for that purpose, especially since we've known each other for such a long time.
高野と山犬が私を殺すというのは
バカな。絶対にありえないことです。いや、それどころか高野さんはリカさんの保護に一番気を使っていますし、山犬の最大の任務の一つはあなたの護衛です。そんなことは絶対にありえない。
入江、それでもなお高野が私を殺すとしたらどんな動機が考えられる？
考えられません。女王感染者の危険性について一番知っているのが彼女なのですから。それにご存知でしょう、彼女はひなみ沢症候群の研究に並外れた情熱を注いでいます。
That's exactly the problem.
あなたを殺してしまうことはその情熱と矛盾する行為です。
でも入江、ひなみ沢症候群は確か3年以内だかに撲滅される計画になっているんでしょう。撲滅というのは症候群を滅ぼしてしまうこと。研究を続けたい彼女の情熱にとってそれはどうなの？
それは私にとってひなみ沢症候群は治療すべき対象ですが、高野さんにとっては研究素材なんです。実際彼女は3カ年計画には強く反対していて、研究の無期延長について理事会に進言するために単身上京したとまで聞いています。
One that did not work out, as we saw.
もっともそれは失敗に終わったそうですが。
つまり高野はもっと研究を続けたいのに、ひなみ沢症候群は3年以内に撲滅されてしまい、高野は研究対象を失ってしまう。
I feel like by that logic, this also doesn't make that much sense from Rika's perspective, because then she loses all potential research subjects if they have to activate Emergency Manual 34.
そういう言い方もできるかもしれません。
I think I see something here. If the Erie Institute isn't a small organization, it's being managed by a lot of people and receives a great deal of funding. That's the only way they can even research the syndrome. So if the Erie Institute is planning to put an end to the research within 3 years, there really isn't much Takano can do about it.
どうせ終わらせられてしまう研究なら、最後に盛大にひっくり返してやりたいとか。
バカな。そんなことあってはならないことです。
でも入江も高野の性分は知っているでしょ。あいつならやりかねない。あいつなら私を殺しかねないってあるんじゃない？
ありえない。ありえません。そんな恐ろしいことは絶対に。
It's gonna take a lot to convince Irie. I feel like I'm starting to see Takano's motive, but it seems like there must be more. After all, the project will continue for at least 3 additional years. It's possible that during those 3 years, Takano's request will be approved and the research will get an extension. In other words, the research is guaranteed to continue for a minimum of 3 more years. Given those 3 years, why is she so desperate now? Besides, I'm always killed in June 1983. The date may change a bit, but the month won't. That must be the result of her strong willpower. It would be one thing if their research was being terminated immediately. She still has 3 years, yet she's already getting desperate. The motive is too weak. She must be possessed of the strong conviction that it has to be June 1983. After that, no matter how I questioned Irie, he kept repeating that there was no way Takano would kill me, so I didn't see how he could be of any more help. However, if I'm able to explain Takano's motives, then I think he'll be my ally. But for now, I think this is all I can do with him. I'm going to talk to Toмотake too. Tomotake's a lot closer to Tokyo than Irie is. Maybe he can tell me something Irie can't. I hope I can learn something important from him too, enough to convince him that Takano has a strong enough motive to kill me. Toмотake should be visiting Hinamizawa around this time. He spends a lot of time with Takano, but he often takes walks by himself to enjoy photographing birds too. Photographing. I'll try finding him when he's not with Takano and talking to him then. Although Toмотake does have strong feelings towards Takano, I'm worried he won't listen to me as seriously as Irie did.
ありがとうでした。
I'd be worried that he's gonna tip Takano off.
僕は教室に戻りますです。何か高野のことで分かったら僕に教えてくださいです。
リカさん、どうして高野さんがあなたの命を狙っているなんて思うんですか？まさか急性発症？
Nope.
それを疑うなら今簡易検査をしてみる。
I said some terrible things out of the blue, so I don't blame him for becoming suspicious. However, thanks to the rapid diagnostic test Irie had developed at this point, it was easy to prove with a syringe. I just had to submit to the needle to show that I haven't developed terminal symptoms. The results were negative, of course.
高野さんがなんてありえない。ありえない。
Maybe now Irie believes that there's a possibility that Takano is trying to kill me. I left the nurse's office. I hope Irie will grow curious about Takano and try to find out something about her.
どうですかリカ、何か収穫はありましたのですか？
A little bit.
あったといえばあったし、微妙なとこね。でも いくつか面白いことが分かったわ。一つは、入江機関が3カ年計画で、ひなみ沢症候群を撲滅させようとしていること。これは研究を続けたい高野にとって不愉快なこと。彼女は単身上京し、東京の連中に研究の継続を訴えたけど、これがきっかけで、何か自暴自棄になるようなことがあるかもしれない。
It definitely did.
もう一つが面白いの。緊急マニュアル第34号とかいう物騒なやつよ。私が死ぬとそれが執行されて、この村は丸ごと毒ガスで抹殺されるそうなのよ。私が死ぬと村人すべてが末期発症するというのがあるでしょ。高野はそれが見たくて私を殺すのかとも考えたんだけど、緊急マニュアルとやらがあるからそれを見ることができる前に村は滅んでしまう。だからこれも動機ではなさそう。いくら入江に聞いてもそんなバカなばっかり。彼に言わせると事態の重要性を一番理解しているのが高野ということらしいわね。ゆえに一番殺す理由がないと。
Yet she does.
分かってるわ。まだ入江一人に聞いただけよ。他の人から情報や知恵をもらえる可能性もあるんだしね。
So yeah, Tomotage and the talk with Akasaka that is hopefully today.
みんなの力を合わせないと奇跡は起こせないのです。
奇跡でも起こさなきゃ絶対に勝てない相手だものね。
もうすぐお昼休みなのです。みんなに相談するいいチャンスだと思いますです。
とはいえ、どう話せばみんなが真剣に聞いてくれるかが問題よね。東京という秘密結社がなんて話をしたら、それなんて漫画って言われちゃうに決まってるわ。誤解のないようなうまい言い方を考えないと。
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult.
多分深く考えず、そのまま話した方がうまくいくと思いますのです。
Heart of Can. That's the name of the song with the awesome drums.
本当に？
そうなのですよ。まあ試してみるのです。僕が言うような言い方をすれば茶化さず聞いてくれるどころか、ものすごく真剣に相談に乗ってくれると思いますです。
I'm still not sure, but Honey seems very confident. Honey spent her life observing various people. She never talked to Mion directly before this life, but she knows her better than I do. I talked to everyone during lunchtime, and the way that Honey taught me.
そりゃ面白いね。それで
はあ、リカちゃんすごいね。そんなのよく思いつく。
だよな。意外な才能に確かにもうちょい煮詰めりゃ結構面白い漫画が描けそうだ。
The problem is this isn't a joke.
私は呆れましたよ。今朝から調子が悪そうなんで、どんな悩み事があるかと思ったら、そういうことならまずは胃の一番にこの私に相談遊ばせね。みんなとても頼もしいですよ。はう
頼もしいわね。ものは言いようなのね。
Yeah, I guess.
おじさんこう見えてもサークル申し込みからネームに下書き、ペン入れにトーンに背景に社食に構成入稿出版ハンプにサポートまで全部できるからね。
The ever-skilled Mion, but how was this helping?
私に相談したのは実にナイスだよ。
What is the plan here?
ミオンがすごいのです。
Like, Hanyu seems happy with this.
漫画家も編集者も出版社も本屋さんも全部一人でやれてしまうのです。
へえ、うちの親父もそんなこと言ってるぜ。そういう全部自前でやるのって流行りなのか？
レナはそんなことよりみーちゃんのジャンルが気になるかな。ほらほら、話が脱線してましたよ。みんなで理科に協力しましょうですわ。
Okay, so maybe they do understood, but also want to write a manga about it? Oh shit. I told them about all the secrets surrounding Hinamizawa. I told them that I wanted to write a comic book and that I needed their help to decide on a few things. If I spoke to them about this normally, they might question my sanity, but to see things change this dramatically with just a little preface. Anyu, you're pretty good. Okay, so it was like... She's presenting it in the form of a comic so that they don't question it, right? And she can be like, so what do you think about the motive of the killer, right? And get everyone to pitch in. Anya, you're pretty good.
何しろよ、女王感染者が死ぬと、その緊急措置が発動になって村が丸々全滅させられてしまうっていうのが最大のポイントだよな。
そんなすごい人がいらっしゃったらもう要注意ですわね。豆腐の角に頭でもぶつけられたらそれだけで村が全滅ですもの。
That is correct.
捕まえてぐるぐる巻きにして土蔵にでも放り込んでおいた方がいいに決まっていますわ。
No, not an option.
でもそうしないで殺しちゃうんだよね。そんなことしたら大変なことになっちゃうって分かってるのになんで殺さないといけないのかな。そうなのです。秘密の研究所の中にいるその悪役は大変なことになると知っていてじゃない女王を殺そうとするのです。
It's trying to kill me. Shit.
でももっともらしい動機が思いつかないのです。
I kind of see an outline of the motive, though. Can they actually find a hint without knowing any of the actual details?
そんなの全然楽勝じゃん。女王を殺せば村中が滅ぶという設定だけでもう十分に動機は構築できるよ。
Mion laughed as she casually voiced what was on her mind. Yeah.
でもミオン、その悪役は病気のことをもっと研究したいと思っているからそれがおしまいになってしまうようなことを自らやるはずがないのです。
そんなの大した問題じゃないって。その悪役にさらに黒幕を設ければいいんだよ。あるいはその悪役を利用しようとするさらに悪役というか。
Why did she call this so perfectly, bro? Are you fucking kidding me? That's insane. But that's the route we're gonna go. A villain who wants to use Takano.
いい？女王が死ねば村が大混乱に陥る。それを隠蔽するために大掛かりな抹殺作戦が決行される。これはね、基本的に最悪の事態への対応策であって決して抜いてはならない殿下の放蕩な作戦ってわけ。
But someone wants it played and manipulates this the not Takano into forcing this to happen.
抜いてしまったらとりあえず事態は収拾できるだろうけどもただでは済まされない大事になるんだからね。
確かに政治家の世界って必ず責任追及とか辞任要求とかそんなのになるもんな。そんな何千人も殺すような作戦が実行されたらその後に必ずそういう事態を招いたのは誰の責任だって騒ぎになるだろうからな。
まあ秘密作戦だからその騒ぎは表沙汰にはならないだろうけどその東京という組織内でかなり強烈な責任追及が行われるのは間違いないだろうね。ってことはそれだけで十分女王を殺す動機はあるってことじゃない？
どうしてなのそんな大騒ぎになって何か得をする人がいるというのですか？
Party who wants more power, presumably.
いるよいるよいるに決まってんじゃん。いい？世の中に吹く風は必ずどちらか一方に流れる。それはある人にとっては逆風になるけど必ずいる反対を向いている人には追い風となる。
For some others in this room, it's a fucking hurricane gust tailwind.
どんな出来事だって必ず損をする人と得をする人がいるんだよ。
なるほど。私のトラップ脳がギンギンしてきましたよ。つまりそんな大事になれば責任を取らされる人たちがいる。その人たちと対立している人たちにとってはとっても美味しい事態というわけですわね。
It's essentially pinning it on others.
そうだね。どんな組織にも勢力や派閥があって意見を考えてる。ましてや東京なんていう巨大な黒幕組織だったらその強力な力をめぐっていろいろな人たちの思惑が入り混じってるはずだよ。
ってことは誰かを蹴落として成り上がりたいって思ってる連中にとっては、女王を暗殺して大騒ぎを起こすことは十分価値があるってわけだ。
つまりじゃなくて、悪役にとって価値がなくても東京の中には女王を殺す価値がある人が大勢いるということなのですか？
そういうことよ。
It's astounding how quickly they've gotten to this just off of like, so theoretically, in this situation, what are we thinking? What's the motive?
でね、秘密研究所の悪役はこういう設定にするの。
If you nail this,
本当は研究をもっと続けたいんだけど、それが3年で打ち切られるって話が決まっちゃってるわけでしょ。だからさ、その研究員は自分がこれまで研究してきたことを全部無に帰されようとしている。つまり自分が半生をかけて築いた成果が台無しにされそうなんで、非常に辛い思いをしている。
I mean, this part is all reasonable, admittedly. If she's like, and it's the grandfather's work too, that's where I'm gonna be like, okay, this is bullshit.
いや、それだけじゃない。ものすごくプライドを傷つけられていると思うんだよね。
Bro, it said not only that, and I was like, stop.
そうだな。その悪役が半生をかけるに値すると信じた研究が上位の組織に認められず、3年でおしまいにしろなんて言われたら、自分の人生を否定。
それはきっと辛いだろうね。
Yeah, I mean, you understand why Takano feels the way that she does.
自分の積み重ねてきたものを全て否定されるのはきっと傷つくね。
分かってる。
Amazing. My friends really are the best. This is starting to sound like a real motive for Takano.
となると、その悪役はどういう行動に出るのでしょうか？
そりゃあ最初にやるのは陳情だろうね。研究を中止しろと言った東京に、自分が研究している奇病はこんなにも重要で興味深い。
I don't even think they gave these details, if I had to guess.
だから研究中止を撤回してくれと訴えるだろうね。まあそれでさ、あっさり東京が「はい了解、研究続行、予算も増やします」って言っちゃったら漫画にならないよね。
Yeah, true.
そこはさ、きっと東京のボスたちにコテンコテンにこき下ろされるわけよ。
Yeah, no, that's true.
お前の研究などくだらない、こんな予算の無駄遣いの研究などとっととやめてしまえってひどいことを言われちゃうわけよ。
You already told me Takano had gone to Tokyo to request an extension on their research. You also said that her request was denied.
自分の人生をかけた研究を否定されたら、その怒りは凄まじいですわよ。
There was definitely anger there. I feel like it was more depression.
となれば、やることは2つしかないですわ。
さとこ、それは何？
決まってるじゃねえか。泣き寝入りか復讐だろ。
We were so close to option one. Keiichi and Satoko gave each other a high five.
まあそこで泣き寝入りじゃ面白くないよね。
True.
となればさ、誰よりも慈しみ研究してきたその悪役研究員はさ、他の人の手で自分の研究成果が破棄されるくらいなら、せめて自分の手でなんて自暴自棄なことも考え始めるわけよ。プライドが高いゆえにね。
I mean, reasonably close to the truth.
そこでさっき考えた話の東京の何者かの思惑が出てくるわけですわ。
You tell her we can help you get your revenge.
まさか村が大ごとになれば誰かが責任を取らされ、誰かが得をするというさっきの話なのですか？まさにそれですわ。悪役の研究員は研究の生涯を否定されて落ち込んでいる。それをうまく焚きつければ自分の手を汚さずに村は大惨事。
This definitely happens. Like,
自分は後から悠々と責任追及に加わってうまうまでございましてよ。
そういうこと。 だからね、自分の生涯を否定された悪役は落ち込んでるわけよ。そこへ東京の中で誰かを蹴落として出世を目論む若き幹部がさ、その悪役に工作員を派遣して籠絡するわけよ。
Right.
自分の存在を否定されて落ち込んでるんでしょ。ならその研究を私は信じてるよ。頑張って、
Yeah.
なんて励まされたら簡単に籠絡されちゃうかもしれないね。
We saw that. She'd cling on to anything.
プライドが高い人ほど脆いものだから。
ってことはつまりその悪役ももっとどぎたねえ黒幕に利用されてるだけってことなんだな。ああ、戦隊ものの悪の幹部にもそういうキャラっているな。
True.
今まで頑張って悪の組織に貢献してきたのに、一つの失敗だけで手のひらを返したような仕打ちを受けて処分されてしまう気の毒な感じのやつ。
というか、このトラップにおいては実行役の悪役研究員の始末は絶対でございましたよ。黒幕にとっては生かしておく価値がありませんもの。
そういうことだね。その悪役もちょい悪を気取ったつもりだろうけど、結局は人生を否定されるし、黒幕に利用されるし、しかも最後には口封じで消されちゃうんだろうから、悪役とはいえちょいと同情を誘いそうだよね。
You know, I admittedly hadn't thought much of the fact that she probably does get killed after this. Especially when people already don't know that she's alive, it'd be really easy to kill her after.
まあそういうキャラの立て方もありじゃないかな。
Also directly calling although she's a bad person, people may sympathize with her for what she has to go through. Yeah?
いや、むしろ愛だよね。
Holy meta.
次の新刊では考えてみるかな。
Hanyu and I could only listen to them talk. They are truly amazing. They really are. It's very possible, especially if I think about Takano's character. Come to think of it, Irie kept repeating, "That isn't possible," a whole lot, which means that those words could be a reflection of how possible it might really be. I'm sure my friends can answer that question. I'm gonna ask them, so let's ask them.
ではなぜそれを3年も猶予が残っているこの今に自暴自棄になるのでしょう。
猶予なんか問題じゃねえだろ。今日死刑になるのも3日後に死刑になるのも全く同じだぜ。
I suppose that's fair.
要はその猶予幅の問題だってだけだろ。3年の猶予じゃなくて3年後に死刑って言われたように感じてるわけさ、その悪役は。
And that she has to make a big move before then. So it doesn't
そ
matter
こは
how
多
soon.
分黒幕たちの都合だね。
Yeah.
彼らの都合で悪役を操ってるわけだからさ。この時期に村を滅ぼしたい都合は悪役じゃなく黒幕の方にあるんだと思うね。何しろこれだけの大作戦なんだからさ、起こしたら成功以外はありえない。成功させる鍵は女王の暗殺だけじゃないよ。暗殺後緊急マニュアルの執行をトップに決断させなきゃならない。他にも作戦後の責任追及についての事前準備とか、いやいや、この作戦で一番ダメージが与えられる効果的な時期とかね。
Which is what we saw earlier. They're like, all these officials are going to be out of office, and we'll have our own officials, like, there with the prime minister that day to nudge them, you know?
そういうのを測った上で3年の猶予を余した今、大作戦を実行させるんじゃないのかい？
結局その悪役は何から何まで利用されて、しかも最後はトカゲの尻尾みたいに切られるわけだ。悪役とはいえ気の毒なやつだぜ。
なるほど。では一番重要なことに話を移しますです。それに立ち向かうために女王の少女はどう戦えばよいのですか？その子が主人公なのです。
ほうほう、そりゃ面白そうだな。つまり命を狙われてる女の子がなんとかマシから逃れられればいいわけだな。
Right. Yeah, surely this isn't anyone you know.
連載形式によるね。長期連載ならダラダラと逃げ延びて次々新しい追っ手や資格が現れた方がネタ切れにならないよ。
Nope, one try.
できれば短期集中連載がいいのです。
One try. I burst out laughing at Hanyu's metaphor.
となればなんとか悪役をやっつけてハッピーエンドを目指すしかねえよな。逃げるより戦う展開の方が熱いってもんだぜ。
でも主人公はただの女の子なんでございますわよね。どうやって戦うんですの？
Isn't that the question we've been mulling on?
今時の少女主人公は無力なんかじゃないよ。
You just need a gun.
一見塩らしい可憐な少女なんだけど、決められた秘密の超パワーを隠していて、実は王家の血筋を引く S ランクのハンターで、二つ名は漆黒の打天使とかってのはどうよ。
So this is the part where they can't be very helpful, it seems.
はあ、なんだか痛い中学生の創作みたいだね。
You have killed her spirit. You have killed Mion's spirit.
どうしたよミオン。
Just fall.
お腹でも痛えのかよ。
どうせおじさんは永遠に孵化しないピキなのさ。
Bro. Mion, you can do it. Though when you read that manga 10 years from now, it may be so bitter you writhe in agony. Bro, poor Mion. Sometimes it's almost easy to forget just how fun Mion being on screen is, honestly.
ミオンが何を言ってるかよくわかりませんが、とにかく主人公の少女はか弱くて特別な必殺技とかはないのです。強いてあげれば猫かぶりがうまいです。あとすごく意地悪で、よく僕を辛いものでいじめますのです。
What? And wine. Don't forget the wine.
それはいい設定ね。早速今夜から実践するわ。
Yeah, now you get to taste it for real.
なるほど。等身大の主人公だってことは分かったぜ。でもその主人公がこの陰謀に打ち勝つストーリーってのはこりゃ難しいな。
Yeah, that's the problem.
無理無理、絶対に無理。
You're not helping.
最低でも武器全般が扱えて、無線技術にヘリの操縦くらいはできないと勝てるわけない。
Are we just gonna get in like an attack helicopter?
さもなきゃ某国の軍事顧問団に特訓を受けたサバイバル技術のプロとかね。
If only we had one of those.
ジャングルに潜り込めばわずかの武器とトラップだけで敵部隊を丸々混乱させられるくらいのやつとか。
Is this like the exact like is this the exact game plan we're gonna follow? Like one of them's in a helicopter with a radio and weapons. One of them is, you know, Akasaka. One of them is someone within their own ranks, like Tomatake, and causes confusion.
その主人公にミオンとサトコが友達だったなら、それで解決の気がしますのです。
They don't mean someone within the conspiracy's rank. They just mean someone. Yeah, that Sadako could cause confusion.
おじさんそりゃおじさんがいりゃ話は変わってくるね。私はあらゆる戦闘技術、指揮技術がランク S。
Holy self-glaze.
加えてこの村がその漫画の舞台だってんなら土地勘もランク S だしね。
Wouldn't it be crazy if this was just Hinamizawa and all of my friends were in this story and I was the main character? Let's make those assumptions.
さらにサトコを敵に回すってのはなお致命的だよ。
Well, that's not quite how it played out. I think Satsuko was as good as dead, frankly.
ね
え。その悪役がどんな秘密部隊を従えてるか知りませんけど、私のトラップ技術の前には物の数ではありませんでしたよ。
Buddy, I promise you they were.
その主人公がどんな敵に追いかけられましても、私と一緒に裏山へ籠城してくだされば指一本触れさせませんわ。
うん、サトコと裏山に籠城すれば攻め手側は裏山を丸ごとえぐるくらいの艦砲射撃にハノイクラスの重爆撃は最低限必要だね。
Don't tempt them.
そこまでやってからの裏山突入でもなお手痛い損害を被るだろうね。しかも作戦指示はあたし。まあ 攻め手側には硫黄島上陸船クラスの存在を覚悟してもらうことになるだろうね。
Oh God, Mion! Jesus Christ!
ねえ、佐藤子。
My God, you are evil. We sure she can't be the villain? I think she'd play a convincing one.
私の芸術的裏山を破ろうと思ったら核弾頭でもお持ち遊ばせ。確かにさとこの裏山はすごいですが、本当に山犬悪役の手下たちをやっつけられるでしょうか。
The amount of slip-ups is crazy.
相手は荒事のプロなのですよ。
奇襲とトラップってのはね、相手が誰であっても非常に効果があるんだよ。ベトナム戦争がいい例でしょ。世界最強の米軍が最高の装備で挑んだのに、あの密林には通用しなかった。
They'd get a little cooked there.
土地勘のある人間が十重はたいに張り巡らしたトラップというのはね、どんなベテランも絶対に侮らない恐ろしい防御力があるんだよ。
Guerrilla warfare OP.
その貞子のトラップは彼らにも通用するということ？
もちろん。いや、それどころかベテランゆえに足止めの効果が大きいかもしれない。
Bro, I believe it. Wasn't one of them like you get stabbed with a literal shit stick? Like, you're dead. You're dead. Like,
トラップは引っ掛けるだけが効果じゃない。引っかかるかもしれないと怯えさせる効果も大きいんだよ。ベテランゆえに慎重になる。ゆえに裏山への直接侵攻に彼らの指揮官は及び腰になるだろうね。それはつまり相手が素人である時より時間が稼げるってことだからね。
I love the hypothetical game planning that's just like real game planning.
攻略には艦砲射撃くらいは必要ってわけだ。まさか戦争中じゃあるまいし、敵にはそこまではできないんだろ。
I definitely don't think that's possible. Anyway, Mion is a professional when it comes to deciding on tactics, and she's saying that Satoko's traps would be more than effective, even against the mountain dogs. That's very reassuring.
トラップの弱点は防御にしか使えないことと設置に時間がかかること。
Which is why it's an upside that they've already been set up. そ
して無差別に発動してしまうことにあるんだけど、その点サトコの裏山は全ての条件を満たしているね。
そうだね。裏山に立ち入る人はいないし、すでにさとこちゃんのトラップでいっぱいだし、逃げ込むだけですぐに籠城できるのはその主人公の大きな強みになるね。
そこにおじさんもいるわけなら、その籠城をただの立てこもりには使わないね。
Yeah, stalling for a little bit of time would be kind of pointless.
敵の主力を引きつける何らかの陽動に使って、その隙に敵を叩く奇襲作戦でいく。敵を深く誘い、手薄になったところを背後から叩くのは迎撃反撃戦術の初歩だよ。水際撃退を絶対死守なんて石頭の極みだからね。
Yeah, true.
はあ、みーちゃんとさとこちゃんすごいすごい。でも、レナとケイチくんだけ置いてきぼりだ。
L.
なら僕たちが主人公ということにしましょうです。
Yeah, wouldn't that be crazy?
みんなで仲良くやっつけるのです。
よっしゃ、そうこなくっちゃな。なんだよ、俺たちまで加わるってことは、それって部活メンバー対悪の組織ってことになるわけかよ。
New club game, the loser dies.
どんな悪役だか知らないけど、その悪役たちはついてないよ。どの程度の手勢か知らないけど。
Say, with all due respect, don't hype yourself up too quick.
正面からぶつかり合うならいざ知れず、私たちに血のりを使わせちゃったらこの村じゃ勝てないよ。ひなみ沢で私たちに勝とうと思ったらオーバーロードクラスの大作戦が欲しいところだからね。もっとも我が部ならそれすら撃退するけどさ。
A little too confident, but... Mion laughed and everyone nodded along. Amazing. I'm starting to think that if we try our best, we can defeat even the mountain dogs. If we fight directly, we'll be taken down immediately, even if we used a surprise attack. But if we set traps, and if we have enough of them, who knows?
ね、リカ、みんなはとっても頼もしいのです。
まったくね、こんなにも頼もしい味方に どうして私は今まで打ち明けなかったのか。
一人ではできないことでもみんなでならできるのです。
Even if only a miracle can make it happen, if we all try our hardest, it can be done easily. That's what a miracle is. My heart is pounding. What is this emotion? I feel like nothing is impossible if I work together with them. Hanyu told me that in a different world, they defeated the worst scenario of all, the one where Teppei comes home. I don't remember, but something tells me deep inside that the exact same kind of miracle is about to happen in this world too.
それにみんな
I choose to believe.
もっともっとアイデアが欲しいのです。僕たちがどうやったらこの陰謀に勝てるのか、もっともっと僕に教えてほしいのです。
How long is your damn lunch break? Aren't y'all on lunch, bro? I want to see them meeting with Akasaka, because I feel like that's what's really going to turn the tides, especially in Rika's mind. I'd only asked for Tomatake. You got Takano. Oh, but you got Irie. But Irie had come with him. Irie must be bothered by what I told him this morning, but he can't come to a conclusion on his own, so he wants Tomatake to listen to me too. After saying that he wouldn't interrupt us, Irie sat down a little distance away.
入江所長に聞いたよ。どうして君は高野さんを疑ってるんだい？だってそんなことをしたら大変なことになるのを一番よく知っているのが高野さんじゃないか。
If I told you the real reason, you'd think very poorly of us, so...
それに高野さんは君や聡子ちゃんにあれだけ親切にしてくれたんじゃないのかい？なのに命を狙ってるように感じるなって、ちょっと高野さんに悪いようには思わないかな。
Obviously, I understand why Tomatake feels this way. You can't expect him to just be like, yes, the woman I love is gonna murder you. I expected this from Tomatake. If I was in the same mood as I was in this morning, I probably wouldn't have continued. But having expected this, I'm able to continue without getting upset.
富武、正直に答えてください。そして真剣に考えてください。正常な高野なら僕を殺すようなことは絶対にないと思いますですが、今の高野は
それはどういう意味だい？
高野はひなみ沢症候群の研究に生涯をかけてる。それは事実。
うん、ここだけの話、ひなみ沢症候群の研究は彼女が中心なんだよ。入江所長は表向きのトップで、研究の一番の中心は高野さんなんだ。これは内緒だけど、実はひなみ沢症候群は彼女のおじいさんが見つけたものなんだよ。
Tomatake having that information is coming in big, because that could act as part of the motive.
高野さんはそのおじいさんを特に尊敬していてね。その研究を自分が受け継いで完成させると意気込んで入江機関を設立したんだよ。
And so now with it ending, not only is it her research being ended, it's also her grandfather's. So Rika might put that together and understand that that's why she's so desperate.
そんな高野にとって研究の方針が変わり、3年で研究を終了と宣言された現在の状況はどんな気持ちなの？
Not too hot.
高野は単身上京して研究の続行を訴えたけど却下されたんでしょ。それは高野にとって自分の人生を否定されたことと同じ。とても傷ついたんじゃないの？
Of course, and he knows that much.
リカちゃん、君はどこでそれを？
Tomatake went silent for a moment, and then looked over at Irie like, what the fuck, bro? You must have realized that I'm not just saying random things.
リカちゃん、確かに高野さんが新理事会に説明しに行ってかなり悪い評価をされたという話は聞いてるよ。伝え聞く話だと相当研究をバカにされたらしい。予算食いの無駄な研究だみたいに言われてね。彼女は気丈を装ってるけどかなり傷ついたと思う。
でしょ。そんな高野がどうせ打ち切られる研究なんだからと自暴自棄にならないなんて絶対に言えるの？
いや、高野さんに限ってありえないよ。ありえない。
That's the same thing that Irie said. He kept saying it was impossible, yet he couldn't deny it completely. He repeated the same phrase over and over to refute that possibility. In fact, even though we know Takano's the enemy, we can only guess at her motive. The only way to find out is to tie her down and make her confess. But there's meaning in making Toмотake become suspicious of Takano. It's even important to do that, so that he'll become my ally. Of course, this is also a strategy devised by our club leader.
確かに少々恐ろしい想像ではあるけれど、それでも高野さんがそんなことをして得をすることはないよ。
What if someone gave her a lease on her life meaning?
自暴自棄になりたい彼女の気持ちには少し理解できるけど、それでも彼女にだって理性というものがある。彼女もその辛い気持ちを時間で癒せるさ。
昇進の人はたぶらかされやすいということはありませんですか？
たぶらかされるとはどういう意味だい？
富武、僕が死んだら大変なことになりますね。緊急マニュアルが執行され、村が丸ごと抹殺される。
I know damn well Toмотake is like, Irie, how much did you tell her?
え？そうなのかい？僕は知らなかったな。
Yeah, bro, you had no idea. Let's just say you need to not get interrogated. Toмотake isn't good at covering his lies. It shows that he's bad at hiding things, since he's innately honest, which makes him a nice person.
入江に聞いていますから、時間がもったいないので、ごまかしっこはなしにしましょうです。その緊急マニュアルは、あくまでも最後の手段ですから、それを実行すれば、大変なことになりますですね。
Toмотake seemed to be wondering if he should confirm the existence of the emergency manual, but the fact that Irie had already told me about it, combined with me being the Queen Carrier, prompted him to confirm it, albeit hesitantly.
ああ、大変なことになるよ。村を一つ消し去るなんて簡単なことじゃない。危険な橋をいくつも渡らなければならないし、仕方がないとはいえ、人道的に許されることじゃない。本当に大変なことになるよ。
A great one.
単刀直入に言います。その緊急マニュアルで得をする人間がいるはずなのです。
まさかいるはずがないよ。それどころか責任問題やら何やらに発展し、場合によっては東京だけでなく政府内の問題にも発展しかねない。
Exactly. と
なれば、その騒ぎで得をする人がいるのではありませんか？緊急マニュアルが執行されるようなことになれば、その後そうしなければならない状況に陥らせた人間たちへの接空体的に言うと、入江機関を統括している上の連中ね。その黒幕たちが責任を追及され、東京で失脚するということは、
どうだろ
う。ポストは有限。狙う人間は常にいる。それを奪うために緊急マニュアルという危険な爆弾の導火線に火をつけてみようという人たちがいてもおかしくないんじゃないかしら。
It's still like, while her reasoning isn't wrong, it's just, I feel like it's just gonna still be hard to convince people that someone's actually planning to do this, right? Like, could someone be doing it? Yes. Theoretically, would someone benefit from it? Yes. But, like, does that mean it's happening? Not necessarily, you know? If I'm in Tomotake's position, I'd still have a hard time believing her.
自分は安全な場所に隠れていて、すべて吹き飛ばした後、空いたポストにちゃっかり座る。
All this is what Mion suggested. She didn't know a thing about Tokyo, yet she struck its course so hard even Toмотake was shaken. Mion is the greatest commander and strategist our club could ever have. Toмотake folded his arms. He's starting to lose his cool. I think he realizes that what I'm saying isn't mere nonsense.
確かに最近、東京である大物が死去してね。それに伴い、後釜をめぐって派閥抗争がとても激しくなっているんだ。
Yeah.
入江機関のクライアントであるアルファベットの理事会も、粛清と呼ばれるほどの人事の大刷新があってね。それで旧派閥の庇護を受けていた入江機関はやり玉に挙げられて研究の即時中止が決められたみたいな話はあるんだよ。
そんな中、もし私が死に入江機関と
その黒幕の理事会、そしてそれを要する派閥は必ず責任を追及される。
Yeah, that cooks the remaining old guard even more.
本来ならひなみ沢症候群などという危険な爆弾の存在は東京の中に敵ができた場合に限り、その敵にとってひなみ沢はあまりに簡単に爆発できる爆弾となる。
Yeah, killing one little girl is not too difficult to pull off.
それはリカちゃんの創作かい？
創作ですか？事実ですか？
どうだろう。
But if I think about what's going on in Tokyo...
でも今の東京のゴタゴタを見ていると、なるほど、そんな恐ろしい絵を描いている連中がいたとしても、いや、ありえるかもしれない。
富武はいい人です。親しい友人のことを信じる。だから
そんな富武にこう言えば受け入れてもらえないことは分かってる。でも入江機関への監査役である富武2位に僕は訴えねばなりません。
まさかそれで高野さんだというのかい？
はい。研究の継続を却下された高野は自分の人生を否定され、さらには理事会からこき下ろされてとても傷ついています。
それはいつもそばにいる富武なら分かっているはずです。
He does know that.
その昇進の高野に彼女を利用したい何者かが接触し、そそのかすというようなことはありませんですか？傷ついた人は自分を理解してくれる人に心を許してしまいやすい。高野に東京での混乱を目論む何者かが接触して取り入り、何かを焚きつけたかもしれないのです。
It's still one of those things where, while you can't deny the possibility of it, like, it's still just like, why would you believe it's actually happening? You know, like, Tomotake insisted that Takano-san would never do that. He repeated it a few more times, but then he fell silent again. Tomotake is an adult. He must have experienced some heartbreaking events himself. That's why he can understand that Takano is very hurt, and that it's possible that someone is using her.
リカちゃんの言い分は分かったよ。僕も高野さんを本当の意味で信じるために、そういう疑いがないことを先に晴らしておく必要があるね。
Bare minimum, even if we probably haven't fully convinced him, we might have, been able to sow the seeds of doubt.
富武。
すぐに山犬のおこのぎくんと東京に連絡して、高野さんの近辺に不審な動きがないか確認させるよ。
Okonogi's not going to give you any real good info.
山犬は傍聴が専門だから。
ダメです。山犬も高野の手先です。
なんだって？
高野を懐柔するような相手です。もちろん山犬にだって手を打っています。
それはありえない話じゃない。
Merced, okay, that one does make sense. I guess if they're dealing with Takano, they're dealing with the mountain dogs.
山犬は傍聴部隊。仮に入江機関に内通者がいても、彼らが任務についている限りとても困難なはず。なら山犬ごとということもありえるのか。しかし
富武、高野と山犬に内緒で調べてください。入江は僕の味方ですが、東京については詳しくありません。
はい、私は一研究者に過ぎません。所長という肩書きも彼らの都合でもらったお飾りに過ぎないことを認めですから、私ではリカさんの疑念を晴らしてあげることができません。
I love how they just still haven't been so genuinely, why are you so suspicious of Takano? And they won't really they've asked, but then she kind of dodges the question, and they won't keep asking. It's just kind of strange, right? It's not that she's raising invalid points. It's still fundamentally, why do you believe this is happening?
わかりました。万が一入江機関が謀反を起こす可能性だって予見されてないわけじゃない。そのために僕が送られてきているんだからね。高野さんと山犬の近辺について至急調査させるよ。
That's the reason he's here?
僕の話を信じてくれて 僕の話を信じてくれたのはこれが初めてなのです。
I've been laughed away in many worlds, but Tomitake finally listened to me. He'll be a very strong ally in the fight against Takano. I can't help but feel like he is so dead. I hate that. Just in my mind, I feel like him and Oishi are dead. At least 2 out of 3 of Oishi, Tomitake, and Akasaka are dead, I think. Also, I'm grateful for my friends who prepared me to talk to him. I got information on the current situation from Irie, had my friends analyze it, and because of that, managed to get Tomitake to listen. Just as Hanyu said, I couldn't have done anything if I'd kept thinking about it all alone, but after talking to my friends, things are already changing.
実は今日からしばらくの間身を隠そうと思いますです。ミーの家には秘密の地下があり好都合なのです。
I haven't talked to Mion about it yet, but I think she'll understand my request now.
なので何かあったらミーに連絡してください。僕は今日から当分の間行方不明ということにしてくださいです。
Don't tell me she doesn't meet with Akasaka. Oh my god.
了解したよ。僕もそれが安全だと思う。僕は普段通り振る舞うよ。不審がられないためにね。もちろん用心はする。入江所長も普段通りにしてください。ですが常に用心を。
わかりました。せいぜい用心します。
富武、気をつけて。
Or you're gonna die.
あなたは近日中に暗殺される気がしますです。
This is the part that he's never taken seriously. Please, hear what I'm saying.
わかった。特に用心するよ。ありがとう。
Dude, we might finally be getting W's. Then Tomitake turned around all of a sudden. Yuri and I sensed something odd from his behavior and grew tense. Then, we heard some footsteps. And so careless. Did somebody overhear us? Did Takano and her people hear what we were saying? No, let's... Okay, thank God. If we missed out on meeting Akasaka, I'll never forget that laugh as long as I live.
こんにちは。これは珍しい面々ですね。
What an interesting group, yeah, man.
入江先生に富武さんにリカさん。私もひなみ沢に出入りして長いですが、なんとも珍しい取り合わせです。
Certainly an interesting group.
これはこんにちは、大石さん。あれ、今日は綿流し準備会の打ち合わせでしたか？にしてはまだだいぶ早い時間ですね。
Where's Akasaka? Yuri tried to change the subject, but obviously Oishi had heard everything. Tomitake from Tokyo is okay, but it's too early for Oishi from the police department to get involved. Things are already complicated. Why does he have to show up now? Anyway, this isn't good.
いえね、ご自宅にお伺いしましたら、北条さんにこちらにおられるとお聞きしたもので、そしたら皆さんの密会にばったりと出くわしてしまったというわけだったのです。いやー、お邪魔をしてしまったようで申し訳ございませんですね。
Bro, listen to that whole shit. The air froze, leaving only silence. The way Oishi's speaking makes it obvious that he's trying to sniff things out. I bet he only heard a part of our conversation, so he can't grasp exactly what we were talking about. Yeah, I was gonna say, okay. He didn't actually hear the whole thing, but he definitely heard enough to be intrigued. That's why he's trying to make us confess the whole thing.
皆さん、そんなおっかない目で見ないでください。照れちゃいます。いえね、今日来た理由は他でもありません。リカさんに懐かしいお友達を連れてきたのですよ。
This is the piece that could change things.
リカさん覚えててくれるかな。忘れちゃってたら彼はるばる来てくれたのに泣いちゃうかもしれません。
I wonder if Rika realizes. What? Who? I can only think of one person. But did he ever come here in June 1983? But who else would come visit me?
さあ、どうぞどうぞ。
She knows exactly who it is. Oishi encourages a very young man to enter. He looked a lot more mature than the last time I saw him.
赤坂。
覚えていてくれてありがとう、リカちゃん。 今度は東京へ帰れなんて言わないだろ。
No, quite the opposite, actually.
赤坂
君のメッセージちゃんと覚えていたよ。
That's her finally getting hope. Like, she really believes if Akasaka's on her side, Tomitake believes her. Like,
あるいは一度忘れてしまったのかもしれない。でもそれを忘れたらきっとものすごく後悔するに違いないんだ。だからちゃんと思い出したよ。
that was the miracle.
君が教えてくれたから幸恵に電話して彼女が事故に遭わなかった。だから君は幸恵の恩人なんだ。その恩を私は今返しに来たんだ。本当に長いこと忘れていた気がする。
A lot longer than you realize.
でもようやく思い出したよ。長いこと待たせてすまなかったね。
本当に長いこと待たせやがったです。そしてこんな最後の最後の世界で本当に都合よく帰ってきやがったのです。
In this final world.
赤坂
私は無条件で君の味方だ。君のどんな不思議な話も信じるよ。そして君の命を狙うという敵を必ず打ち砕いてみせる。
Bro just shows up and he's ready for the fade. Oh my god. Akasaka remembered some strange things as he talked to me. He remembered the sad world where he lost his wife working on the kidnapping case in Hinamizawa. He forgot about me because of the despair and only remembered her afterwards. He regretted not being able to do anything for me. A memory from a different world brought Akasaka here. Akasaka calls himself my ally. That means a lot to me, since I never thought I'd have any allies at all. I can only bury my face in Akasaka's chest and cry.
いや、私は見てませんよ。
Alright, bro. You're ruining the moment.
東京に奥さんがいるのに、南沢にこんな幼妻の現地妻がいたなんて知りません。知りませんよ。
Alright, bro.
おいさん、違うんです。そういうのじゃないんです。
赤坂
I complained that I couldn't defeat Takano alone. Hanyu admonished me. She told me that if we put our strength together and all believed in the same thing, we could make a miracle happen. I didn't believe her. But after I talked to Irie, my friends, and Tomitake, things were getting better and better. And now Akasaka is here too. Was Akasaka supposed to be coming back? Or is this a miracle? Miracles do occur. This man never helped me even once before, yet he might be my most dependable ally. Now he's back, and he's even telling me he's my ally no matter what.
ね、起こるのです、奇跡は。
Where did you come from?
起こるね、起こせるね。まだまだ力を合わせたならもっと奇跡は起こるのかな。
I have to hope so.
そしたら昭和58年の呪いを打ち破れるくらいの奇跡を起こせるのかな。
起こせますです。だって昭和58年6月はみんなが手を取り合わないと破れないのですから。
Hanyu, who used to be just a bystander, is now persuading me. She's admonishing me for pretending to fight while I, too, was actually just a sulky bystander. Yeah, the roles were reversed. That was kind of funny.
大丈夫かい、リカちゃん。
ごめんなのです。ちょっと懐かしかったので取り乱してしまいましたです。
The most pathetic meep to ever meep. I wiped my tears and tried to hide my embarrassment. The Higurashi continued to cry. The Higurashi had been trying to remind me of something very important. I felt like they taught me something important, and my eyes grew teary again.
これは驚いた。リカちゃんに素敵な彼氏がいたものだね。
Alright, can we relax?
自己紹介します。私は赤坂守。 警視庁公安部の資料室第7室に勤めています。
東京の公安部資料室は確か内調別室並みの極秘部門ではありませんでしたか。秘密警察の批判もあるような極秘の強行捜査部隊だったはずです。
Bro, that's exactly what they are. No department would be foolish enough to slap secret onto the name for the secret division. Real secret divisions have boring names meant to fool the average person. That's true for Akasaka's department too. It's called a reference room, but they don't manage documents.
お詳しいですね。公安部資料室の正体を知っている方がいらっしゃるとは思いませんでした。先ほどのお話から察するに。どうやら、
いや、
No bad about advancing too early today.
ちょっとマニアでしてね。たまたま知っていただけなんですがね。
Alright, bro. We're allies. We need to share information.
富武さん、この際だから本当の自己紹介をしちゃいません？
Bro said you're a terrible liar.
私もあなたがただの旅行写真家じゃないだろうってずっと思ってきましたから。
Bro, like rip like that, like with the dog tag, obvious military gear. Like, come on, bro. I don't believe that for a second, man. Look how ripped he is in the OG. Oh my, or not the OG, sorry. The remake. Oh my goodness, bro, he's cut.
いやいや、そんなことはないですよ。僕は写真が趣味なだけのただの。
Bro, no one believes you. What a waste of time this conversation is. This is the final world after all.
富武は僕たちと東京の間をつなぐ連絡のお仕事なのです。
Bro, she said, shut the fuck up. I'm revealing who you are.
でも僕の味方なのです。
リカさん。
Toмотaka and Iria yelled simultaneously. To them, it's an extremely important secret, and if someone were to find out, they'd get eliminated by the mountain dogs. But it's okay now. There's no point of continuing to have suspicions and doubts. I've had enough of that. It's already obvious Toмотaka isn't telling the truth, but he's still trying to deny what I just said.
入江所長さん。で、5年ほど前、私が誘拐犯たちとの乱闘で怪我をした時、お世話になりました。あの時は丁寧な治療を、本当にありがとうございました。
あの時の。いえいえ、自分の仕事をしたまでですよ。
そして、入江診療所には、入江機関という別名もある。そうですね。
いえ、どうでしょう。
Bro said, I'm not trained for this, bro. I'm just a researcher.
入江先生、もう隠し子はなしにしましょう。
Not before Akasaka.
私たちさっきしっかりと聞いちゃってるんですから。
先ほど入江機関のクライアントのアルファベットとおっしゃいましたね。実は皆さんがお話になられなくてもその一部始終を存じております。
Bro said, we can keep lying, or I can just tell you I already know everything. Like...
つい最近まで私の第7室は巨額の裏金ルートとそれを牛耳る黒幕たちを内定していました。アルファベットプロジェクトとはその裏金ルートのうちの一つです。
Akasaka is holding the top secret document he got his hands on a few days ago. This document records how certain people were given public funds from ministries and government offices for assisting with various projects. These masterminds claimed that they were attempting to revitalize Japan by using secret money and secret methods, but that was a lie even amongst themselves. The masterminds of these projects were making an enormous profit off of them. If that became public knowledge, Japan would be shaken to the core and the government would be overthrown. That was what they were told, and that was the reason why the investigation was discontinued.
最初にお断りしておきますが、第7室のこの調査はすでに中断され、私たちはその任を解かれています。
But I am curious, were you embezzling money?
ですので、私は業務上知り得たことを勝手に口外しているに過ぎません。もちろん、私はひなみ沢へは休暇として訪れています。
Hell of a vacation, bro.
そこだけ、誤解がないようにお願いいたします。
Toмотaka is still trying to hide his identity, but Irie isn't. He must have made up his mind, since Akasaka already knows about the Alphabet Project.
その裏金ルートから、毎年巨額の資金が 入江機関という鹿骨市内にある研究機関に流れ込んでいることがすでに分かっています。そして入江機関という機関名には括弧書きで入江診療所との補記がされています。そして入江機関トップは自衛隊から出向している二等陸佐入江京介氏とも。
兄さん、入江先生、あんた自衛隊の人だったんですか？
Bro is technically in the SDF.
違います。私は自衛隊なんかではありません。富武さん、もうお話ししましょう。それに私たちのクライアントはともかく、私たち自身は別にやましいことをしているつもりはないんです。これ以上しらばっくれるのはかえって大石さんたちを疑わせるだけだと思います。
Cooperation between what, like federal police, local police, the research center, and the big organization we're up against. We just have someone from everywhere.
入江の言う通りなのです。大石はきっと僕たちの味方になってくれますです。
I'm starting to feel like even Oishi could be our ally. That would be incredible. Tomitake finally gave in and admitted everything. In his place, I explained to them the existence of Hinamizawa syndrome, the Irie clinic that was established to research it, what's special about myself, and finally about the invisible conspiracy that revolves around it all. Oishi was very surprised to hear about all this, but Akasaka told him to calm down, so he listened quietly. Since Akasaka belongs to a special unit, he wasn't too surprised. He kept nodding, saying that it's all very possible. This is working out great for me.
確かにリカちゃんの言う通り、恐ろしい陰謀を企む連中がいてもおかしくない。大石さん、これらの話は全てあり得る話です。
はあ、私は何かの小説の筋書きみたいな気分ですが。
A visual novel.
いや、それが真実ならば。
Compared to Akasaka, who has a flexible mind, Oishi's having a hard time understanding such unrealistic stories. He'll probably need at least 3 cigarettes before he can digest what he just heard. We're just gotta rip some cigs. He's good.
僕は高野が怪しいと思っています。ですが、その証拠はありません。
I mean, you could just straight up tell, like, Akasaka that you know is Takano.
それを確かめるために、富武に調査をお願いしていたところなのです。
大石さん、その高野という女を別件逮捕で拘留することは？
退職金が吹っ飛びそうですが、やってやれないことはないですな。
Bro said, you're cooking me, bro. Why?
沖宮署にも山犬の傍聴要員が入り込んでいるはずです。多分大石さんがそれを実行しようとしても、署内で圧力がかかるはずです。
That's not gonna work like you want.
高野さんの調査はこちらでするので、それまでは変に警戒されるようなことは慎んでいただきたいのが本音です。
そうですね。高野氏の調査は富武さんの機関の人間にしかできないなら、警察が余計なことをしない方がいいかもしれません。それにどうも関わる山が大きすぎる気がします。
Akasaka just knows these things.
大石さん、冷たい言い方をしますが、あなたはここで引かれた方がいいかもしれません。
You're going to die if you don't.
赤坂さん、それはどういう意味ですか？
You're dusty and crusty. That's what he means. He means you're not built to survive this. And you won't.
先ほども言われました通り、大石さんは今年で定年じゃないですか。長かった危険なお仕事がようやく終わり、そのねぎらいとして退職金を得られる直前にいる。お金は大事です。
家のローンの完済や老後の蓄え、そして第二の人生の支度金ですが、今回の山は危険すぎる。私の勘から言って、この山は多分最後にはなかったことにされる。
Yeah, definitely.
つまり
全てを失う覚悟がなきゃ、今からでも遅くないから引き返せって。
I think he's prepared to lose everything.
そうおっしゃるでしょ
う。そうです。大石さんほどの方にこんなことを言うのはですが、 私は今日まで一般警察とは次元の違う山にいくつも関わってきました。だからその経験の上で大石さんにご忠告させていただいているんです。
Oishi was no fool. He was also an adult, and smart in a real sense. If he only listened to his pride, he would yell at Akasaka for insulting him. What Akasaka is saying is true. Oishi's pension is a big deal for him. People live far beyond their retirement. They still have 10 or even 20 years left after that. Their pension is the basis for that second life. A pension isn't ordinary money. It's very, very valuable. People receive their pension for working hard on rainy days and windy days, and even enduring the moments when their bosses give them a hard time. Even Oishi has mumbled on occasion he's going to quit and look for a new job. Yet he endured. He quietly did the unreasonable work asked of him. He's endured far more work than his salary merited. He's worked like that for a very long time, and now he's finally about to retire. He's finally about to collect his long-awaited pension. It's not about the amount of money itself. It's about having a value placed on what you've done with your life. So if one were to cause a scandal, the punishment for that would be placed on his pension. One such deplorable event can erase Oishi's entire life as a policeman. That's not something that can be treated lightly. Akasaka is still young. Even if he loses his job, he'll be able to find a new one. But Oishi's too old. The repayment of his mortgage was planned around his pension. Oishi's a grown-up's grown-up, and that's why he can't do anything reckless. Akasaka knows that, and that's why he said that Oishi should back down. Oishi understands it too. So, Akasaka had to ask him that tough question in order to find out how strong Oishi's commitment was.
私がお小遣いを残したいばかりに、随分のんびりしたローン返済をしちゃいましてね。もっと繰り上げ償還とかしてりゃ、利子の分得をできただろうに。博打やらお酒やら、そんなものに使うお金が残したくてね。もし私が月を退職金に回すような人生を選ばず、もっともっと賢く生きてきたなら、ここで私はかっこよく、懲戒なんか怖くないって意気込むところなんでしょう。
God, I don't even want. It would hurt him so much to leave now. I don't think he can do it. I think he'll give it up. Oishi's fists were trembling. That's how he sheds his tears.
でもね、それでもね、私は刑事なんですよ。いや、そんなのはもうどうでもいいのかもしれない。
I was gonna say, he does not even care about that.
私は墓前で誓ったんですよ。
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Bring up your real reasoning.
おやっさんを殺した犯人を必ず挙げてやるって。それつまり、おやっさんを殺した犯人を挙げるまで、私はいつまでも刑事でいるって誓いなんです。それはつまり、私が警官かどうかってことじゃない。私が敵を取るその日まで、たとえ懲戒を食らったって、刑事魂を忘れないってことなんです。その私が、懲戒免職が怖いって。
Real Oishi plot moment. I'm loving this.
退職金が不意になるかもしれないのが怖いって。ああ、怖いですよ。何千万って金が入ることを当てにした人生設計が全部パーになるんですよ。北海道でのんびり家庭菜園を楽しんで、すすきので遊んで社交ダンスを始めて。
And he does all of those things in a lot of futures.
それがパーになるの何が怖いってんですかね。私の刑事魂はそんなもんだったんですかね。ひなみ沢村連続開始事件の真相を暴く。夢にまで願った真相の扉が今ここにあるってのに。くそー、ちくしょー。警察で超叩きつけりゃいい。警察なんていつでもやめてやるってなんで言えないんだ。くそー、ちくしょー。
Damn. I mean, hats off. That was a great performance by the voice actor there. Seeing Oishi so distraught like this, wow. After so many chapters of like, even his saddest moment, which we saw like this chapter, right, was like, I mean, okay, and chapter 4 was pretty tough, but like, really, it was just chapter 4 and like the death of the construction foreman, like the for that. But this, I mean, we finally get like a moment for Oishi. Damn. I mean, this is a hard decision for him. I don't think he can throw away his pride like that, right? Like I think he's gonna do it, but it's not gonna be easy. Nobody can say anything in response to Oishi. He's at a crossroads. The crossroads of a person who's worked so hard and so humbly for so long. How could the young people who know nothing about what he's had to go through say anything at all?
大石さんは確か殺された現場監督さんのご友人でいらっしゃいましたね。
Yeah, bro, so I low-key know who killed them, so... Case solved.
ねえ、友人であり、兄貴であり、親父でした。
私は形式だけとはいえ、入江機関の長です。多分、リカさんをめぐる陰謀が暴かれれば、必ず私にも飛び火し、何らかの形で責任を取らされる日が来るでしょう。そうですよね、富武さん。
He's gonna have to take the fall. His position exists exactly for that purpose. To the Institute as a whole, Irie is there simply to cover for Takano's research. Tomitake, of course, knows about that, and even Irie started to realize it. Even if Irie hadn't done anything wrong, he would have to take the blame, as the person in charge of the Institute. That's how every organization purged itself, by forcing someone to take the blame and reshuffling members. That's why leaders get more money.
すべてが終わったら、大石さんにひなみ沢村連続開始事件のすべてをお話しします。本当は終身の秘匿義務があるのですが、お目こぼしをくださいますよね、富武さん。
Bro, waiting until it's all over? He ain't gonna know. Bro, he's gonna die, bro.
私は何も聞いていませんので。
As an honest man, Tomitake can't say yes, so pretending to ignore it was the best he could do.
いやいや、そういうわけにはいきません。そいつは、皆さんに協力した勇気ある大石クラウドに教えてやってください。退職金が欲しくて保身に走る。みっともない大石クラウドには、過ぎたもんです。
He realizes it's all right in front of him. Is he going to be the brave Kurado Oishi or the cowardly one? He faced a dilemma. Even though the truth behind the mysterious deaths he sought so hard was right in front of him, he couldn't just accept it with his head held high. To understand what he's going through, one would have to live the life he did. His dilemma is very vast and very heavy. Young people couldn't possibly understand.
私に考える時間をもらうことはできませんかね。真相を暴き、悪を打ちたい気持ちはあるんです。そのために勇気を持つ時間を少しだけもらうことはできませんか。
I don't think that's unfair. Why is he even asking? And nobody here will force him to make up his mind. Of course, I won't either. However, Oishi needs someone's approval. Oishi's still passionate about his work as a police officer, yet he isn't brave enough to take on this case. He wants somebody to forgive him for that. But nobody can do that, and nobody can stop Oishi from crying.
はい、その時間を僕は許します。
Hanyu? How long has she been here? Hanyu has arrived. I didn't see her come in. But then again, she's always around. Hanyu is the guardian deity of Hinamizawa, after all.
あなたが決心するのに必要な時間を、あなたは今日まで自分に素直であり、そんな決して軽くない人生だからこそ、決断を求められる時にも、その選択肢は重みを得るのです。軽々しい選択や万有は決して誇らしいものではない。真に誇るべきなのは、あなたのような真に重い人生を歩んできた者が本当に重い選択をした時なのです。
I just can't imagine Oishi just being like, you know what? Final arc, I'm out of here. That just seems crazy to me. She might sound arrogant to us, but that was exactly what Oishi needed to hear. Right. Who among us has the right to admonish Oishi, the eldest one here? No one. No one should be able to. Nobody but one, the one who's been protecting humans for over 1,000 years. Hanyu.
あなたが冷静で落ち着きある選択をしようとも、私はあなたを称えましょう。それがあなたの悩み抜いた選択である限り。
Hanyu taking that role as the deity, the protector.
初めて会うお嬢さん。なぜか一番嬉しかった言葉です。臆病な私に時間を許してくれてありがとう。
If it was me, I would have asked Oishi to be my ally and asked him for help. But that wouldn't have reached his heart. Wanting help is my selfish request. I don't know anything about the life he lived, and that's why my words wouldn't reach him. But Hanyu's words did. Hanyu's never told me this, but I can tell she's been watching Oishi since the day he was born. She's been watching all that he went through. That's why she can say that, and why what she said could reach him. Only Hanyu can do that.
入江先生、たった一つだけでいいんです。教えてください。
ええ、何でも聞いてください。
私はおやっさんをバラバラにして殺した連中を裏で糸を引いていたのは園崎家だと信じて追ってきました。
No.
それは正解ですかね。
いいえ、不正解です。ひなみ沢村連続開始事件はすべて私たち側から説明できることです。
そうですか。
I feel like him being wrong is just gonna hurt his pride a lot. And I could see that making him swing either way. Like, if he was wrong the whole time, why, like, risk everything for these answers at this point? Just accept that you didn't get it. Or the fact that he was wrong, like, I don't know, he might feel even more that he has to fight to find these answers. Oishi pretended to scratch his head. For so long he had pursued the case with that belief. Yet someone deeply involved was telling him he'd missed the mark. So he must be feeling at least some frustration. What Irie said wouldn't be enough. So I have to continue.
大石、お社様のたたりと呼ばれる事件は、どれも村人の暗躍によるものではありません。園崎家も御三家も、そして村人も、一切が関係ないのです。
There were only misunderstandings, misinterpretations, coincidences, tragedies, and comedies. Comedies? Real identity, the curse of Yashiro-sama, is simply a series of misinterpretations. It only looks like the villagers are acting in secret.
それじゃあ、私が今日まで集めてきた園崎家が裏でどうこうっていうのは全部ガセだったって、そういうことですかね。
Dude, you can hear how hurt he is.
園崎家当主にはいかなる天才もすべて自らの差し金であるように振る舞うべしという秘密の家訓がありますです。園崎家は何も知らない。いや、それどころか毎年起こる事件に怯えてすらいる。でもそれを家の威厳に組み込むため黒幕を装っているだけなのです。
They're a prideful bunch.
そんな家訓があるんですか。なるほど、納得です。
That's a defeated laugh.
それが本当なら、お寮のばあさんめ、くそ、思わせぶりなことばかり言いやがるな。
Bro, she got your ass.
それ本当なんですよね。
本当なのですよ。古出家当主の秘密巻物にも書いてありますです。見ますですか？
That pained laugh is kind of incredible. I have no idea what Oishi thinks is so funny. Nobody here can tell what's going through Oishi's mind, except the girl who's watched over human beings for over 1,000 years.
大石が嬉しい気持ち、僕にはわかりますです。
Oh, he's like,
おや、何がわかるって言うんですか？
誰かを憎まなくていいというのは、とてもとても幸せで 気持ちいいことだってわかりますから。
まさかまさか、園崎家が獅子骨市内を牛耳るたちの悪い暴力団組織であることに変わりはありません。
That's still true.
連中のとこのチンピラに刺されたこともありますからね。別に開始事件の黒幕でないと分かったからといって、私にとって敵対的な存在であることが変わるわけではありません。まあそれだけのことなんですが、なぜか愉快になっちゃいましたね。
None of us can tell if what Hanyu is saying is right. Oishi believed the Sonozaki family was behind it all. Now that he's learned that they're not, I'm sure he feels like everything he stands for has been made meaningless. But if Hanyu says that's not the case, to hate someone must be such a painful thing. I can't explain Oishi's laughter. All I can do is speculate. Damn, are we still at this shrine? Oishi left with a cigarette in his mouth, saying that he wanted to cool off a little.
高野さんが白か黒か、それがわからないことには話が進みませんね。富武さんの方の結果を待ってからしか動くことはできないでしょう。
リカちゃんがなぜ高野さんをそこまで疑うのか、個人的には高野さんに悪い気がするけれども、
Can't exactly explain the real reason.
でもリカちゃんの言うことにも一理はあった。リカちゃんは大切な身なんだ。その周りには疑わしいものはわずかほども存在してはならないからね。
Toмотake is making it sound like he's going to prove Takano's innocence. I guess I can't blame him, since he's in love with her. To be honest, I'm also hoping that Takano isn't guilty. Takano understands me, and she was one of my allies. I had a friendship with her. I've trusted her for over 100 years. But Hanyu says that Takano is guilty. If something pops out when we poke her, then the question is how well Toмотake can catch it. To get people to help me, I have to find proof of Takano's guilt. So I just have to trust Toмотake for now.
富武さん、くれぐれも身辺にはご注意を。もし相手が黒ならば、あなたの身に最初に危険が。
Especially you.
分かってます。すぐに宿を入江機関に内緒で変更します。本当はすぐにひなみ沢を離れた方がいいのでしょうが、もし高野さんが黒ならば、それはかえって逆効果です。
難しいところですね。内定中は普段通りに装うのが初歩ですから。もしよろしかったら私の宿に入りますか？
いえ、それには及びません。
That'd be a power duo, but...
大丈夫。十分に注意します。
Man, because this is like, I mean, this being the last chapter and all, it's like, now you really got to take a death seriously, and so I'm really worried, right? Especially the moment chapter 2 booted up, right? And I knew it was like new scenarios every time. It's like the deaths still hit, and they're still tragic, and they're still sad, right? But there's no finality to them, right? And so it's like, damn, well, maybe eventually, right? But in this one, say Toмотake dies to Takano again. That's his last chance, right? Say Akasaka dies, like, that's it, right? So that finality, right? And seeing how much risk Toмотake is taking, it's concerning. I'm worried. I really want Toмотake to live.
ということは、リカちゃんの身が一番不安だよ。どうしたものか。
どうしよう。羽生、どうしたらいいと思う？
将棋に例えたら、リカはむき出しの王将です。リカさえ抑えれば、このゲームは高野の勝ちになりますです。
将棋の定石は、まず王将の守りを固めてからよね。
はい、今日は木曜日。綿流しはしあさって。
We have so little time.
最低でも綿流しの日まで誰にも知られず、そして一番安全なところに避難するべきかもしれないです。
そんなうまい場所あるかしら？
僕はそこはミオンに頼るべきだと思いますです。
そうね。園崎本家の地下細具殿は立てこもるにはとても理想的。
Yeah, we know that is a hard place to sniff out. And the blind spot?
そこへは 聡子も連れて行くべきだと思いますです。
And the blind spot of another blind spot.
聡子を残して私だけが消えれば、その行方は聡子が知っているに違いないということになる。
Satoko and Rika disappearing at the same time is relatively feasible.
残せば聡子にも危険が及んでしまうわね。
Dude, imagine we got the perfect world and then Satoko fucking dies in the final one. It means I'll have to tell the truth to at least Satoko and Mion. But the comic plot we discussed wasn't just fiction. Still, I always seem to underestimate their reliability. It really is beyond my imagination. I need to talk to them. I have a feeling they'll believe me. They're my steadfast allies, after all.
僕たちはしばらくの間、ミーの家なら身を隠すことができる場所がありますのです。
そこはとても安全？
はい。秘密の防空壕みたいなとこなのです。中には何でもあって、1ヶ月くらいこもることもできるに違いないです。
The Sonozaki family's underground storehouse has every basic necessity in case someone actually had to live there due to some complication or another. Mion has mentioned before that it's like a unique vacation house. I don't know how you can call a place with a torture room a vacation house, though.
高野さんの調査がすぐわかるか、何かわかったらミオンちゃんの家に連絡するということでいいかな。
それが助かりますです。
今だから白状するけど、山犬は保安上の理由からリカちゃんの家の電話を盗聴できるようにしている。
Yeah, I figured.
その方が都合がいいね。
ミー、僕の恥ずかしい話はすべてみんなに聞かれていたのです。
いや、聞ける設備が設けてあるだけで普段の会話をすべて聞いてるわけじゃないんだ。年に数回ある保安訓練の際にそれをしているだけなんだよ。
Or when they're genuinely trying to kill you.
多分診療所の私の電話も盗聴されてるんでしょうね。
Yeah.
ええ。そこは施設の性格上からご了承いただきたいところです。
失礼。その盗聴の具体的方法は？
Like from where? Oh, is he gonna...
リカちゃんの家に引いてある電話線が分岐してあります。
Is he gonna bust down that fake facility where Oishi got sniped?
それが神社の裏側の沢の近くに掘ったて小屋があるでしょ。そこへ引かれていて、そこで盗聴することができます。通常は無人ですが、山犬に対し要人警護命令が出ると、常時2名の通話監視員が常駐し、すべての会話を録音します。もちろん普段は録音していません。
近日中に保安訓練の予定は？また要人警護命令が出る予定は？
保安訓練は1月、4月、7月、10月に行っています。ですから今月はありません。要人警護命令は何か緊急事態が起こると予想される場合に発令されますが、機関設立以来発令されたことは一度もありません。
発令の権限者は？
所長、つまり私ですが、高野さんは事実上の所長代行なので、私に代わって発令することが可能です。
How suspicious.
もし高野氏が本当にリカちゃんを狙う黒幕なら、その要人警護命令を逆手に使い、彼女を監視する手段に使うでしょうね。
その可能性は十分に考えられます。
And it is very possible and very likely.
ということは、その小屋に何者かが出入りするようになったら、それは高野氏が動き出したという証拠であり、リカちゃんの近辺に緊張が増した証拠であると読み取っていいわけですね。
高野さんが黒幕である証拠になるかは分かりませんが、リカさんの周辺に危険が迫っている可能性が高いと読み取ることはできるでしょう。
確かに高野氏が黒であろうと白であろうと、その小屋が監視されている一方で、実際には他の場所に避難しているというのは、なるほど、うまい手かもしれない。
でもリカ、一つだけ問題が、夜に明かりもつかなかったら家が無人なのはすぐにバレてしまいますです。高野たちは盗聴などしなくても、夕方か夜頃にその様子を見るだけで学校を休んでいるのは仮病で、僕たちが気づいて逃げ出したのだと知ってしまうに違いないのです。
それもそうね。そしてそれは高野のことを調べている富武にとっては都合が悪い。
Was hiding really an option?
確かに。どうにかしたい点ね。
Yeah, or someone else has to live there for a little bit.
さっき赤坂が言っていた盗聴をしている小屋の監視、それから大風で寝込んでいることを装うための明かりのつけ消し、それからいざという時赤坂が村の中にいてくれる方がいいというのを3つ合わせてあうあうしますと、
Akasaka just stays
あう
there?
あうあう、一つの提案が浮かびますですよ。
まさかあんた、赤坂を私の家に泊まらせようってこと？ダメ絶対ダメ。全然片付いてないし、臭いし汚いしみっともないし、赤坂なんか絶対に入れられない。ダメ。
あうあう、赤坂がお泊まりなのですよ。
Yeah. That bounce off screen was crazy.
ダメだって言ってるでしょ。ダメ、やだ。
リカちゃんは何をはしゃいでるんだい？
ちょっと取り乱してしまいましたのですよ、ニパー。
Geez, just because Hanya's insisting. Okay. Ow.
確かにリカちゃんの家がもぬけの殻になれば夜の明かりとかですぐにバレてしまいますね。つけっぱなしにしても未明までつきっぱなしではすぐ怪しまれてしまう。
赤坂、
She doesn't want to bring herself to ask.
僕がいない間、赤坂が僕のお家にお泊まりするというのは、どうでしょう。
Bro, she's so embarrassed by that idea. That is so funny.
なるほど、それはうまい手かもしれない。リカちゃんさえ良ければその手で行きましょう。
Akasaka seems to think it's a pretty good idea. Am I selfish for wanting him to get a little embarrassed about staying at my house? I should be ashamed of myself. Ow. Everything is set. Toмотake is going to get in touch with his colleagues in Tokyo and start an investigation on Takano. That's all. That's all we can do from our end. Yuri's going to lead his normal life. Normally, if there's something like this, it'll be pretty difficult, but there really isn't anything else for him to do right now. Takano is sly. She'll never let Irie ruin her plans. Actually, Irie only comes into the picture after Takano's been exposed. Oishi didn't say he would help, but he said he wouldn't interfere with us. In fact, there are some people with ties to the mountain dogs in the police department, too. It's probably best if Oishi acts normally, like Irie is. I'm gonna tell Sadako the truth and hide at Mion's house for a while, starting today. I don't know how long I'll have to hide, but it'll be at least until something happens. Akasaki's going to stay at my house and make it look like I'm home, sick. If something happens, coming all the way from Okinamiya would take too long. It feels much better to have him stay in the village. Everything will begin only once Toмотake finds out something. Yuri says he hopes things will get moving soon, but I don't think we need to worry about that. They'll try to kill Toмотake on the night of Watanagashi, on Sunday, 2 days from today. It has never changed in many, many worlds, so that's definitely their plan. In other words, even if Toмотake doesn't find anything, the wheels will start turning in 2 days. I'd warn Toмотake again to be extremely careful, but still, if I still get killed, I'll curse your family for 7 generations after I die. Oh shit, it's the lucky number. It's already getting dark. Everyone went home except for Akasaka. I'm still thinking about how to tell Sadako about Akasaka, and also about what's to come.
悩んでもしょうがないのですよ。
You gotta do it.
リカの悪い癖は仲間を過小評価しているところだと思いますです。
とは言うものの、今日学校でみんなで楽しく話していた漫画の話が実は本当でした。下手をすればあなたも殺されますなんて急に言って信じてくれると思う？それに聡子にとってこんな初対面の男まで急に連れてきて。
聡子が信じないと思いますか？
I do.
それはわかんないけど、その可能性もあるでしょ。
Just don't tell her she has Hinamizawa syndrome.
なんだ、聡子は友達じゃなかったのですね。
Damn! What Hanyu just said startled me. It was kind of a scary thing to hear, even though she said it while wearing her usual warm smile.
僕は 聡子は仲間だと信じていますから。でもリカは聡子を信じられないと言っています。それはリカにとって聡子が友達ではないということです。
Get a little bit harsh with her.
その程度の存在なら話しても時間の無駄なのです。はんわんわん。聡子なんかほったらかして僕たちだけでミオンのところに行っちゃいましょうです。
バカ、そんなわけないでしょ。聡子は私の一番の親友で。
Then tell her. Damn.
リカが真実を話す価値がないならそれはその程度のものです。リカの言う一番の親友なんて野良猫に毎日餌をあげてるだけと同じ。リカは聡子のことをそんな程度で済まわしていたとは僕も驚きです。
This is rage bait. This is crazy.
誰もそんなこと言ってないでしょ。聡子は親友よ。私の一番のね。そうよ、あんたよりも。
でも信じてくれると信じてない、野良猫に餌をやって日々を一方的に愚痴るだけの関係。猫さんは何もできないって分かってるから、その上で愚痴ってるだけのそれだけの関係。はあ、聡子はかわいそうに。
I'm not sure I 100% feel this metaphor, but I get the point.
リカの一番の親友だと信じているのに、そのリカにはそうだと思われていないのです。はあ、
こんな。
I tried to slap Hanyu, but I couldn't touch her. My hand went through her cheek and hit only the air. I can't believe she made herself incorporeal again. I guess it's just a thing she's always been able to do. Yeah, I guess that makes more sense. It's probably that simple. Hanyu disappeared saying ow ow in a teasing manner. I'm upset, but I can totally understand what she was getting at.
リカちゃんの同居人は納得してくれるかい？
納得させますです。聡子はこの陰謀に何の関係もないですが、僕と一緒に住んでいる以上絶対に巻き込まれますです。聡子のためにも僕が説明しないと。
私は外で待ってた方がいいかな。
いいえ、赤坂が一緒にいてくれた方が冗談ではないと分かっていいかもしれないです。
Yeah, that might help.
僕にうまく説明できない時には助け舟を出してください。
うん、分かったよ。
I went up to the second floor with Akasaka. To be honest, I couldn't even imagine how to start bringing it up. But even Hanyu made fun of me. I can't hesitate. I made up my mind and walked into the room, and was surprised. My messy room is all cleaned up. Satoko's packing her pajamas and towels into her duffel bag. It's as if she's going on a camping trip.
さとこ、ただいまなのです。はい、リカの分の荷物もできてますわよ。まさかミオンさんに歯ブラシやタオルまで借りるわけにはいかないでございましょう。
Bruh. Did Hanyu tell her?
それに見ず知らずの男性の方をこんな散らかったお部屋に入れるわけにもいきませんし。
What the hell? I mean, she thought about it earlier, so maybe she'd already said something, or maybe Satoko was listening in the whole time.
だから私、普段からもう少しお片付けをしましょうって言ってたんではございませんの。
Turn this into a teaching moment, Satoko. I blinked in surprise. I don't understand why Satoko already knows what's going on. If she saw me, Irie and Toмотake talking behind the shrine with a Wishi and a strange man, she'd be sure to get curious. Satoko must have overheard our conversation. Not only that, she packed our luggage and cleaned our room, which means she already knows Akasaka is going to stay in this house. She must have come home in a hurry to get things done.
漫画なんかの話じゃなかったんですのね。
You didn't even have to say a damn thing.
私、リカのそういうところは嫌いなんですのよ。私がリカの話を信じなかったことがありまして、私こそがリカに一番最初に頼ってもらえる親友でいるつもりでしたのに。ごめんなさいなのです。
Satoko doesn't seem that angry. Rather, she seems shocked that what we talked about at school is real. She isn't really that upset. But this is exactly what Hanyu said. I thought Satoko was my best friend, yet I couldn't trust her completely. Having realized this, I apologized. Satoko turned around as if to tell me there's no time for apologies. I think she accepted it. As the proof of that, she's getting things ready to go to Mion's house. Thank you, Satoko.
赤坂さんでございましたっけ？リカとどういうご縁かは存じませんけど、リカの味方なら私の味方でもありますわね。北条聡子と申しますわ。
よろしく。 赤坂と言います。リカちゃんを取り巻く陰謀はあまりに深く容易に説明できるものではありませんでした。それを打ち明け拒絶されるかもしれないことに怯えていた彼女の気持ちをどうか汲み取ってあげてください。
そんなことは分かってましたよ。私はリカの一番の親友なんですのよ。その私に信じてもらえなかったら世界中で誰にも信じてもらえないということですのよ。なら臆病になるのも分かろうというものですわ。
さとこちゃんは本当に大人です。そんなあなたに親友と呼んでもらえるリカちゃんが羨ましいです。
Satoko took Akasaka around the house and explained everything. She let him know that the switch for the hot water heater sticks a little, and that if the picture on the TV gets messed up, he needs to tap on it. She even told him about all the traps she set around the shrine, using a secret map of hers. Akasaka listened to her dead seriously. Upon seeing them talk, I couldn't help but smile. Anu also smiled while watching us, but it felt like she was saying, I told you so. I'm going to pretend that I don't notice her.
ひねくれ者のさとこがこれくらい簡単に信じてくれるんだから。
Yeah.
単純なミオンならもっとあっさり信じてくれるわね。
You're probably gonna walk in and she's gonna be like, yeah, I knew this was coming. I knew you weren't. I knew this was like the truth.
疑い知らずの圭一も信じるだろうし。
Yeah.
こういう時はやたらと勘のいいレナも信じてくれるだろうし。
Keiichi doesn't even know how to doubt people is such an accurate description until he gets Hinamizawa syndrome.
どいつもこいつもきっと私の話を疑いもせずに信じてくれるのかしらね。
Hanyu didn't reply, but she smiled as if she's happy to see that it grew a little.
冷蔵庫の蓄えも十分ですわね。リカ、せっかくお留守をお願いするんですのよ。今夜くらいご馳走しないと失礼に当たりましたよ。それに万が一ということがありますもの。ミオンさんの家へはもう少し遅くなってからお伺いした方がいいですわね。
そんな、こう見えても食事くらいなんとかできますので。
So believe me, I can whip up some mean grub.
はあ、リカの手料理をご馳走するチャンスなのですよ。
今日のあんたは調子に乗りすぎ。
She really is calling out everything Rika really wants and feels.
そうね、さとこ。美味しい食事をご馳走しないとね。そうそう。冷蔵庫に入ってる特用激辛キムチの大瓶を出してもらえる？それじゃない。懲罰用じゃなく死刑判決って書いてある方よ。
It says what?
今日はキムチチャーハンにしましょうです。
Death penalty?
赤坂、辛いのは大丈夫ですか？
ああ、うん。辛いのも大好きだよ。
Buddy, do I have some good news for you? Anyu's like, wait, what are you doing?
それと、冷蔵庫のシュークリームはもう賞味期限が切れてるから捨てちゃいましょうです。
Common Hanyu L.
残念残念。モグラの高級店の美味しいやつだと聞いてたのに残念なのです。
Bro, she's mocking on you. That screen shake was crazy.
今日はあうあううるさいのが聞こえるわね。
野良犬でも吠えてるのかしら？
Night is falling on the 16th of June. The pieces are lining up on the final game board, one after another. No, pieces isn't the right word to call them. Night is falling on the 16th of June. We're gaining reliable allies for this final challenge. Our first key, Tomatake, will be killed in 3 days. Fate is going to change before that point. I hope so. I hope so in a good way. I hope it's not, oh, he actually is dead tomorrow. Still no tips. I get the feeling there aren't going to be any. Okay. Let's save at the end of chapter 7. Whew, okay. So let's talk about this episode as a whole. Damn, sorry. Big stretch. I've been in this chair for a while. Whew. There were no pauses in this recording, which actually is normally the case. There normally aren't any pauses. But still, after 4 hours of recording, gotta hit a little stretch sometimes. Okay, so, I mean, things this episode really start, honestly, faster than a normal Higu route, which is good. It was fun, like, the club games at the beginning, but they kept that section, like, short and sweet, which I think was the right move, right? We had a little bit of fun with club again, right? But, like, I feel like if they'd gone overboard there, it would have been kind of annoying, honestly. This deep into the game. Like, again, it was fun, right? But, like, they kind of got into things really quick. And I appreciate that. Especially because we already had the long prologue, right? We had in the Connecting Fragments chapters, or, like, section, which those took a while, right? And so if we started and it's like, here's 2 entire episodes of, like, basically filler, right? I'm like, we don't need that at this point, right? So this was a really good episode. I was very happy with this. Because this was basically the start of the official chapter 7 to a degree, or chapter 8, if that makes sense. I know we'd already done the first 4 sub chapters technically, right? So this was only this was 5, 6, and 7, right? But like, it feels like the start of like what we were really expecting out of chapter 8, you know? Anyways, so let's actually talk about what happened today. So first of all, Hanyu has materialized, right? She is now in a corporeal form, and she's joined the class, right? She's decided to fight, right? And that's what's important, right? She has decided to fight, right? And join us and become Rika's biggest motivator, really. She's pushing this shit along. She's been like the MVP, right? Like, every time Rika doubts, every time Rika doesn't know what to do, Hanyu has been like, here's what you need to do. And Rika does it. And it helps, right? And so having Hanyu as a key player has been very helpful, really. But also in that same very first sub-chapter, we get to see as, finally, Akasaka is coming back into play. He remembers, right? He finally remembers Rika because of, a chance event, a miracle, you could say. During one of his investigations, he just sees the words Irie Clinic, and everything about Hinamizawa comes back to him, and he realizes this is his chance, right, to save Rika. And so he schedules to come back, right? Next sub-chapter is also pretty simple as far as I can recall. On the Hinamizawa side of things, we get a lot of lore about, like, what Hanyu really, like we get some lore about what Hanyu is, was, right? About how she is obviously a Yashiro-sama, and what really happened. They were this group of people that migrated to Hinamizawa from God knows where, because Hanyu won't even tell Rika. She said she wouldn't understand. Makes me think that place is not like America or something, right? Makes me think it's like different dimension, different planet, something crazy, something supernatural. But it's not super important the exact location, really. Just that they don't seem to be from Earth, right? Or else I assume Hanyu would have just said as much, which is fascinating because it seems to me like they're the demons, right? That group of people, of Hanyu's, right? I think they're the demons. Based on things like the way that, like, just some of the wording in that moment. I know it talked like when, like, they tried to exist like peacefully when they showed up, but they couldn't, and that obviously makes you think about the demons, right, of lore, but also things like what did they say? Like the blood of these villagers, or like their blood coexisting with the villagers, was causing problems and was causing, like, basically what sounded like symptoms of Hinamizawa syndrome, right? And so I honestly think there's a chance that they're the parasites, which is honestly kind of crazy, but it kind of makes sense. We also learn about, like, Hanyu's position of basically being Jesus Christ. Honestly, is the TLDR there. She takes everyone's sins, lets them murder her, except, like, really brutally. Like, yeah, just rip out my organs, rip out my guts, throw them in the river, then throw my body in the swamp. Like, okay, sure, why not? But the point is that the village was having a problem because of, Hinamizawa syndrome and whatnot, which was people, and it just human nature to a degree as well. Like, people wouldn't just accept, right, the blame for things. And so she decided to take all of their sins. It was a cool segment, like getting to see a little bit of Hanyu's backstory, but the segment kind of ends with us. Two important things. One, we learned that Hanyu's really sensitive about her horns because of this, which I don't know that's going to be relevant again, but it's kind of relevant very quickly when she rolls down the cliff, or the hill, whatever, and they bump into Takano and Tomatake, who Takano is immediately like, "Damn, you look like a monster with those horns," and just rightly pisses her off. And then the important thing there is that Hanyu tries to like talk to Rika and be like, "Do you remember? Like, it's her, it's Takano." And Rika's like, "What?" Right? She doesn't remember Chapter 7. That's crazy. After everything she goes through, to not be able to remember Chapter 7 is crazy. That makes that even more tragic. That's so insane. Honestly, that is so insane. And then, I mean, on the police side of things, you kind of just... that one's... you can actually kind of explain it pretty quickly. Akisaka comes to town. Oishi is hype as fuck. Oh my god. That, like, the noise he let out upon seeing Akasaka come back was actually crazy. He was so happy. It was kind of awesome. But it's just them going out, grabbing food, and talking, right? Having a good time, drinking for a while. But then eventually they get to business, and they talk about the curse killings, and they realize that Akasaka knows things he shouldn't. And Akasaka tells them that, yeah, I know all this that I shouldn't know, and I can tell you right now, I know Rika's the next one that's going to die, right? And so Oishi starts to take this serious, and they plan to go talk to Rika the next day, and that is today. And today is a big day, right? On the Rika side of things, she gains an unfathomable amount of allies. Before school even starts, she starts talking to Irie, right? And she starts to question, like... she's like, "I think Takano might be trying to kill me." And he's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Right? And through a lot of talking, she learns about the Emergency Manual 34. She learns that the new director board is shutting down their research, and that these could be potential motives. She brings this to her classmates, and her friends, and she's like, "So say this was a manga, right?" This is Ahani's advice, mind you. Say this was a manga. What would you make the main villain's motive here? And they, like, absolutely nail it, right? Basically, right? They're like a mastermind behind the strings, playing on their vulnerability and using them, and then disposing of them, which we don't technically know is true, but it probably is, to be honest, right? It probably is. Honestly. And so she kind of gets an idea as to what the motive could be, and she talks to Tomatake and Irie about this. They have this talk for a while, and Tomatake finally is like, "You know what? Like, I don't want to believe you, but it's not that what you're saying isn't impossible, right? And I'm here because of the possibility of a rebellion within the Irie Institute, right? That's why I'm here in the first place, actually." So, and so he kind of agrees to investigate, and that's when Akasaka and Oishi show up. And damn, was this whole sequence kind of great with all four of them, right? Or five of them, I wasn't including Rika there. I was thinking all four of the dudes, right? Like, Akasaka shows up, and Rika's so damn happy. Like, she's like, I think that's when she starts to really feel like, oh my god, like, this might be it. Like, even Akasaka showed up, right? Like, this has to be it, right? Like, waited until the literal final world to save me, right? Late as hell, bro. Late as hell. But I mean, they start talking. They start to kind of share their information about each other, and they're all kind of talking about how they're in right on this plan. And then Akasaka talks to Oishi and is like, "Oishi, I say this respectfully, but you should probably step out of this." It's because of his pension money, which is not some drama I thought we'd have. Would be about pensions, right? But I mean, it makes sense, right? He's that close. He planned his life around this. This is a life-changing decision for him, right? And Oishi, he kind of breaks down. We see emotion from him that we've never seen. I thought his voice actor did a good job in that scene. I was impressed, right? That was a side of Oishi we've never seen. And I really enjoyed getting to see that. And we still don't know if Oishi is going to stick with us or if he's just going to dip. I think it'd be kind of crazy if he dips from here. Even if it kind of makes more sense, I think I wouldn't be super happy if he did. He's been so involved in this whole game for him to be like, yeah, I'm just going to let this case just do its thing. Like, there's no way. That's not the Oishi I know, you know? Surely not. So I think he'll join us, but it's very possible that he doesn't. Surely not, right? Like, surely we wouldn't get this far in the game and they're like, yeah, chapter 8, Oishi's not going to be a player, right? Surely not. But the scene was great, and Oishi, he needs some time to think. Hanyu, like, kind of basically tells him, like, no matter what decision you make, as long as you make it earnestly, right, like, that's fine, right? And I'll be proud of you, right, basically, right? Which I guess the only person who's actually older than Oishi there can say something like that, right? And I think it kind of calms him down, and he's gonna think about it. I think he'll ultimately join, but we'll see. And after that, we kind of start talking about some smaller plans, like Rika needs to hide somewhere, and so she's going to Mion's, and then she has to tell Satoko, and she's a little afraid to at first. Hanyu gives her some shit, man. Hanyu is giving her hell. Actually, demon behavior. No wonder they were called the demons, bro. She got the horns. She's got the horns, you know? But no, she was kind of giving her hell, like, and then she's not really your best friend if you can't trust her like that, right? And it was just, and finally Rika's like, wait, you know, you're right. I have to convince her. And they go back to the house. It turns out Satoko had been over-listening the whole time, which was pretty funny. So she worried for literally nothing, and she's like, and Satoko's like, Rika, why didn't you tell me already? I thought I was your best friend. And Rika's like, damn, don't I look foolish? Just kind of a funny sequence. But so she's gonna go into hiding. Like, this is the plan right now. She goes into hiding. Akasaka stays at the house, makes it look lived in, right? So that they can monitor the house, right? Oishi, he's still deciding on things. Irie, he's doing a little bit of, you know, I guess, I don't want to say research, investigation a little bit, but mostly it's Toмотake doing the investigation right now. Toмотake is the one putting himself at the most risk, and he could be dead. He could die. I hope he doesn't die, man. I really hope it doesn't come to that. If he dies in the very last route, fuck, man. Like, I like Toмотake, right? So far, there's no reason to believe that he is anything but a force for good, right? Or at worst, neutral, right? Like, he's never seemed like a villain, right? He's never had any moments that I'm like, dude, like, you cheer for the guy, for me, right now, right? With my context, right? You want things to work out for him, right? You want things to work out for Oishi. You want things to work out for everyone. And I'm just starting to get so worried about deaths. But Toмотake is the one he dies every damn chapter, right? He dies so often, it became like, just like a thing we brush over, right? Like, if he finally got to live, that'd be amazing. But, there's definitely some things I'm still looking forward to seeing. I'm still looking forward to seeing how exactly this all plays out. Where the hell is Shion? Where is Shion? Like, get Shion involved. That's crazy. I couldn't believe when she wasn't in the school group. Like, she started with them in chapter 7. It just seemed natural that she'd be with them in chapter 8, but she's not, right? Do not fucking tell me she's going to be irrelevant in this chapter. There is no way. I'm going to be so pissed if she is not relevant in chapter 8. I am dead serious. I am going to be very frustrated by that decision, right? This is the final chapter, right? She is a major character, right? Like, I'm not saying she needs to be the main character, but if she's not present, that would be bananas. I think she's going to show up, so I'm not too worried about it. I'm just saying, she better, because I like Shion a lot. So if she doesn't show up, I'm going to be pissed, right? We'll see. We'll see how that plays out. I still want answers on Satoshi, right? Like, just tell me bro's dead. Just tell me he's dead. Or that he somehow miraculously lived. But just tell me. Like, there's no way they're not going to tell me, right? I think we probably got 2 to 3 more episodes left, depending on episode lengths. But based on a very brief talk with one of my friends, they said I'm maybe halfway through the chapter with 15 hours of recording. And so I'm like, oh shit, I probably got 2 to 3 left, right? Most likely, of just chapter 8. So there's plenty of time for answers like that. There's plenty of time still for like dramatic scenes, like with Rika, right? For Shion to come into play. So I'm not too worried about any of this right now. There's so much time. Like, we got a lot of time still. Even if in game there's not as much time, I'm sure most of the remaining days are going to be milked, right? And so I'm looking forward to seeing what comes of the plan of this unlikely alliance, right? Of all of Rika's allies, right? Will they be able to put a stop to Takano and really Takano's, like, manipulator, right? What's gonna happen with Takano, right? Like, is Takano gonna get this, like, weird redemption? Like, which, given what we know her as, like, would feel insane, but, like, given her position, like, of being manipulated, I'm like, I could kind of see it. Is she just gonna get killed, like, put down like a dog? Like, I don't know. I do not know. Lots of questions still. And I don't expect that next episode we're gonna get like all the answers. I think next episode we might get like I'm sure we'll get something crazy, like what the fuck did that just happen, right? But I think next episode is still gonna be a lot of setup, right? It's gonna be a lot of the investigation, right? Like, is Takano really doing these things, stuff like that, right? And then the real big ones are gonna be like the next like 2 episodes out, 3 episodes out. And so I'm really looking forward to those. I hope you guys are as well. I'm really excited to see how this finally ends, like the long-awaited ending. Only a few episodes to go. We're really tense, right? Like, deaths are final, right? This is the final route, right? I don't see a world in which we don't succeed, honestly. Like, if this was a complete failure, that would be insanity to me. It's possible. I just don't see that happening. But the question is, are we going to lose anyone? Do any of the friends die? I think it's more likely the adult men die, right? Like, at least some of them, if anyone's going to die, right? Like, I don't know. Are we going to get a true happy ending, or is this going to be bittersweet? I don't know. I don't think we're going to get a true tragedy, right? But I think I could see bittersweet, like, at least, right? Like, at least, like, 1 or 2 deaths. So, I'm looking forward to seeing how this all plays out. I'm so excited. I'm definitely going to be recording again tomorrow. Honestly, I might finish the game tomorrow. Like, I might record until I finish it. It's New Year's Eve. I don't have any plans. I'm not partying. Even though I have this thing on my desk. Right. No plans. Family's going out to an event that I'm not going to. They're watching the finale of Stranger Things in theaters. I've never watched Stranger Things, so I'm not going. So they're going to be out. So I'm going to be free. So I very well might finish this game tomorrow. I might technically meet my goal of finishing the game before the new year. I don't think so, though. I don't think I will. Really depends on how much time is left. But either way, this game will be finished within 2 days. I promise you that. So you can probably expect this to all be wrapped up by the end of the week. You can 100%. There is another episode tomorrow. I can tell you that for certainty. This might be the first time ever that I can tell you with certainty that, barring a genuine, like, catastrophe in my life, which we're obviously hoping to avoid. There will be an episode tomorrow, and there will presumably be one the next day. So when those come out, I hope to see you guys there. And until then, peace.